Welcome. I'm Kinetic Symphony. I hunt down and report on weird and true mysterious stories, from glitches to the paranormal. Did you know you can support the channel by joining? If you enjoy the videos, it's something to think about. On to the stories. This is my channel's monthly compendium for the month of January 2023. File number 897, written by Apocalypse Tea Party. How did my car travel through time? I was traveling a long stretch of highway. It was early in the morning and the road was clear. I had my GPS on to give me an ETA and help me with the end of the journey. I knew I had to stay on the single highway until almost the very end. I had traveled this highway many times before, and I was familiar with the landmarks. There's a clump of trees in the middle of a field. Then there's a farmer with the handmade political signs, then a blue barn. Then there's an exit sign that's at a 45-degree angle. Subtle details interspersed across long stretches of empty fields, but I know them well. I was listening to my music, and was mildly annoyed every time the GPS paused to give me the next set of directions, but I tolerated it because I would need it when I reached my exit. In 2 miles, go straight on Highway XX. Go straight to stay on Highway XX. Then a few minutes later, in 2 miles, go straight to stay on Highway XX. Go straight to stay on Highway XX. This continued for several rounds until I slowly started to pull my attention from the constantly interrupting music to the GPS. When it would tell me to stay straight, there was no possible turnoff that it might be telling me to avoid. It was just a straight highway. Annoyed, I decided to turn off the GPS for the bulk of the journey and just use it instead as I neared my exit. As I reached for my phone to change a command, I noticed I was passing a derelict cheese shop that I had seen many times before. I deleted the GPS command and returned my attention to the road, only to see that same derelict cheese shop pass by again. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and as I approached my exit, I replaced the GPS command only to see my destination was immediately off the highway. But I also noticed that I was 11 minutes late from my original ETA. There had been no traffic or other reasons that I might have been delayed. The journey had only supposed to be just over an hour, but it had in fact taken closer to an hour and a half. Case file number 898, written by Live Tomorrow 4865. Will you pick the red or blue pill? I keep a small plastic grocery bag next to me on my bed for used tissues, gum wrappers, empty vape cartridges, and other miscellaneous items. Every day or two, I throw it away and get a new one. My bed is too big for the room, and there's no room on either side, wall side and dresser side, to fit even a small wastebasket. In my haste this morning, the bag, yellow Dollar General bag, evidently slid off my bed and landed on the floor. I needed to get going and needed an ibuprofen before I left to stave off my chronic back pain, so I got it out of my medicine box atop my dresser and went to put it in my mouth. The yellow Dollar General bag I'd been using for bed trash was lying flat on the floor. This is important. I went to put the pill in my mouth. As I still had it in my fingers, I dropped it and heard it land on the bag. I leaned down to pick it up and found I could not. So I went to pick up the bag and the pill was inside the bag. When I say this isn't possible, I mean there's just no way. It was lying flat. There was no opening on top even, as one side of it was flat on top of the other side. I inspected the bag for holes. There were none. How in the sweet Kentucky Fried Frick did my pill phase into the bag? Something else weird happened in my bedroom last week, and a few months ago, yet another oddity. But this might be the craziest one yet. My friend is joking that my bedroom is a portal to another dimension, and I'm beginning to wonder, because really, what the hell? Creepy file number 73, written by Torb on Fire. The Mortal Fragments. I attend a local college here, studying hard every day to try to make something of my life. None of my family had ever been to college, so it's a big step for me. Anyways, as a result, I live in an apartment with 2 roommates, walking distance from campus. I was attending classes on Friday. My friend Jessica always walks home with me, makes me feel more at ease with night walks, especially as the sun sets earlier today. Still light out, but not as much as during the summertime. We're both in our 20s and female, so best to err on the side of caution, right? As we're walking, I get that tingle on the back of your neck that people get when they think they're being watched. I quickly glance behind myself, but I don't see anyone. I didn't want to scare Jessica, so I told her I just thought I heard a squirrel or something like that. Yet I still felt very uneasy. Hard to place it into words, but I knew someone was there. Maybe in a parked car? We were nearly home, and I could see the walkway into the apartment complex just up ahead. But as we got to the door, there was a strange, clear plastic bag right at the threshold. You could see inside the bag very easily. I felt sick to my stomach instantly, even before seeing the contents of the bag. It was a bag full of bones. Logically, I knew, okay, this must be some sick prank, right? But internally, no. I knew these were real bones. Something about the texture made that intuitively clear to me. Jessica hadn't realized the horror right in front of her, but soon did. I didn't vomit. Jessica's stomach wasn't so ironclad. Not on the bag, but to the side of the walkway. After the shock wore off, I knew we had to immediately call the cops. My voice was shaky even trying to explain it. How the hell do you explain that there's a random bag of potentially human remains by your front door? The cops came quickly after the call, maybe 10 minutes at most. We were still just standing outside, though moved back significantly from the bag. We couldn't even go into our apartment that night. The police cordoned off the whole area. They never followed up with us, so I have no idea if this was some sick prank ultimately, or if it was a sick freak messing with us with real bones. I also did tell the cops that I felt something was watching us on our walk back, but as I had seen nothing, I doubt it helped them. This happened a couple weeks ago. Can't shake it, nor can Jessica. We still have to walk home each night, but have recruited the protection of a couple other friends to walk with us. Even though it's not a fast way back to their place, they're happy to do it. Case file number 899, written by Powered Coffee. Everyone in my office are imposters? This glitch occurred recently. Well, it's still occurring, but it started happening a few days ago. I work in a large corporate office for a particular company that shall not be named. Truth is, I don't really like my job, but that's besides the point, I guess. Part of my job entails knowing everyone within my department, their needs and preferences, etc. Even though I don't really like my job, I am good at it. I never miss my shot in predicting what will be needed for who, remembering certain dietary requirements and other details. It's my job to do so, and when I started working here, I even kept spreadsheets to help ease my mind in remembering these details. I started noticing a lot of things simply wrong back on Monday, December 19th. I came into the office, prepared coffees for the upper management team, but half of them say that I got their coffees wrong. It's just not possible for me to get it wrong. I know each member of the team better than the back of my own hand at this point. I should, given that I've served them all coffee and other lunch orders for over 3 years. I could serve them coffee while sleepwalking and still be accurate. Do people suddenly forget core details about a job they've had for years? Why just the details about people in my office? It makes no sense, and frankly, unless I relearn what I should already know, my very job is at risk. It's so damn weird. And to be more clear, it's only details about the people I work with, the kind of coffee they like, their preferred lunches. Even the time at which they normally take off for the night is different. Everyone outside of work is perfectly normal, the same. My partner still loves steak, medium rare, and potatoes, black coffee, still wakes up earlier than a farmer. Am I being massively fooled in some way? To what end, if so? I can't think of anything else. Glitches aren't unknown to me. I like reading about them, but I can't think of anything that would fit here. Case file number 900, written by Hippie Girl Draws. A very sweet and meaty glitch. There are 2 events where I, 28 female, and my boyfriend, 31 male, could not explain for logical reasons. One day, we made hot pot for dinner, where I was sure that I put 2 slices of identical meat, same size and weight, into the pot. The lid was closed the whole time. But when we opened it, my boyfriend could only find one slice of meat, and we tried and didn't find it. Another time when we ordered a box of 6 donuts that all looked different. There should still be 3 left the next day, but we just don't have any memories of eating the last one, and it's just gone. We live in a tall new building on the 33rd floor. We don't have pets or large enough holes for rats to pass in. My eyes monitored the hotpot the whole time, and even if there are other insects or animals, shouldn't there also be traces of the donut box being broken into? Could this be a Christmas joke? Case file number 901, written by Glitter Red. Rubies for the Firecracker. A long time ago, my mother gave me a necklace for my birthday. It has a ruby fused into the middle of the pendant. My birth gem, July. I was just a teenager. I'm in my 40s now. I loved it and wore it all my life, almost every day. Something about it was irreplaceable. Almost like the ruby glowed with me connected to it. My mom told me that it didn't just represent my birth month, but also my character. I was always a bit of a firecracker. Fast forward a few decades. I had taken my necklace off and stored it in my small little safe. Whenever I wasn't going to wear the necklace, I always kept it in there for safekeeping. I was heading out of the country with my husband for a couple weeks and didn't feel comfortable bringing it with me overseas. All was well on the trip, then we return home. First thing I do when I get back is head to the safe to retrieve the necklace, but it's not in there anymore. The safe was still locked. There was no sign whatsoever of any sort of burglary. All doors and windows were locked, the alarm was on, nothing else was taken. Of course, we're just normal people. I had no idea about the world of glitches at this time, so I just figured it must have somehow been stolen by someone we knew who had intimate knowledge of my valuables. Thing is, while the necklace held immense sentimental value to me, it wasn't worth all that much in terms of cash. Not something you'd stalk someone like prey over. Not something someone with the skills to break into a well-defended and alarmed home and into a safe would plot to steal. Still, that's all I could think happened, so we filed a police report. But there's nothing they could do. We had security cameras outside, but the footage picked up nothing as far as we could tell. Gave copies to the cops, but it is weeks of footage. I was truly saddened by this. I know it's morbid, but I was so connected to this necklace that I had intentions to be buried with it. I know, a very weird thing to think about, but it gave me tremendous comfort, like I would always be with my mom through it. Nothing I could do though besides pray and hope the cops somehow pull a miracle out of their donuts. Okay, here's where what happened to me is inexplicable. Woke up, husband was already awake, early but nothing crazy. I went to get some orange juice from the fridge, and as I turned the corner heading into the kitchen, there's a moment in time I can best describe as split. My eyes turned with my body, and in midair, I saw nothing. Then I saw my necklace. It didn't pop in or fade in or anything like that, it just was nothing, and then my necklace is there. It makes my head hurt trying to recall the timeline. So there's a necklace now, and for at least a second, it's frozen. Then it drops like physics is suddenly applying to it. I hear the clunk of it hitting the kitchen tiles. I see the light shimmer off the gem. I simply can't believe what I'm seeing. I yelled for my husband, "Come in here quick, you won't believe what I'm seeing here." I didn't tell my husband about the part where the necklace just appeared and was frozen in the air for a second, because that's insane. But it's what I remember. He's extremely focused too and had no explanation. He just said, "It's your necklace? Where the hell did it come from?" In the end, I'm just glad to have my so cherished necklace back. But none of this makes a lick of sense. Someone stole my necklace from a safe in a locked, alarmed home and then returned it to me by somehow defying the laws of nature? Case file number 902, written by Bricked23. Why is my apartment building alive? I work as a security nighttime attendant at an apartment building. It's 14 stories and one of the oldest buildings in the city. One night I'm sitting here when my phone rings at about 2 a.m. and I answer. "Hello, this is Warren at the front desk. How may I help you?" The voice on the other end sounded female, but was totally garbled, and the only bit I could make out was 13th floor. I tried to tell the person I couldn't understand them, and asked what apartment they were in, but again, garbled response and 13th floor. After the third time of trying to understand them, and the same response, I said since I couldn't understand them, I'd come up and meet them in the hallway. So I go to the main elevators, and both are up on the surprise 13th floor. Luckily, we have an older service elevator and it's only on the 7th floor, so I call it down. I get in and hit the button for the floor, but it won't move and the inner door won't close, so I go to unlock the reset panel and boom, we start going up. The door is still open though. I'm freaking out and the elevator is shaking because it goes up pretty fast and is old. As I'm going up, I just stay towards the back and finally, I reach floor 13. I step out, the door closes just fine and I look around the hallway. There's nobody around. I walk along slowly, trying to listen for anyone awake who might have called, but there's nothing. Now I head in the opposite direction and go towards where the regular elevators are, and when I get to them, they are just sitting there with their doors open. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew it could just be the elevators on the fritz. So I get in and figure I'll just reset them when I get to floor 1, when I hear the sound of the back stairwell closing. I quickly get out and go to the stairwell, and lo and behold, no one's there. But the maintenance door to the machine room is ajar, and at the time, I'm the only one in the building with a key. At the top of the building is a large machine room housing all the really loud machinery that does stuff in the building and allows access to the roof. I don't like going into it because it's creepy as hell and no one ever goes there, so at this point I'm seriously freaked out, but I muster up and head in. I shout, "Hello?" and there's no response. The lights in this room flicker because they're crappy fluorescent lights. I can't see well either, but at the end of the room I can make out the roof access door and sure as hell it's slightly open. So I slowly continue forward, checking the space in between each machine as I walk by, and there's no one there, so I open the roof access door. I can't see anyone ahead of me on the roof, but there is a slight wraparound, and if there was a jumper or something I needed to be sure, so I step out and leave the door ajar like it was. Almost immediately, the door is pulled shut. Now I might have written it off as wind or something, but this door is hard to shut and really hard to open. Really hard. I immediately grab my keys, unlock it, and yank the handle to open it, slam it behind me and run straight to the maintenance door. It automatically locks when it's closed, so I slam it shut too and go back to the 13th floor hallway, get into an elevator, door still open, and go all the way down to the first floor. Go back to the main lobby, and as soon as I sit down the phone rings again. I pick it up, don't say a word, and sure as hell, garbled voice again only audibly saying, 13th floor. I hung up on the phone, turned the ringer off and spent the rest of the evening just staring at the parking garage security monitor. There's been a bunch of creepy things happening at this building. It's basically like the Overlook Hotel at night. I walked past the dark room here on the first floor once and swore I saw myself standing inside it. The next night as I'm inside said room cleaning, the lights flip off and I turn around to see a quick flash of myself walking past. Case file number 903, written by Brownie Cameron. House Pixies to the rescue. I was picking up several papers and small items off the counter to leave this morning. One thing was a 4x6 Ziploc bag with 100 grams of clay in it, so not a thin item, that was in a folded sheet of letter-sized paper. I was trying to pick them both up at once and hold my phone in the same hand, obviously not a smart move. The bag slipped out and fell towards the floor. I watched it fall, and then it just didn't hit the ground. It seemed to disappear mid-fall. I stepped back and looked around everywhere to make sure it didn't hit the floor and slide, since it was a weighty item in a slick bag. Nope, no joy. I moved everything in a 5-foot radius just to make sure, and there was nothing it could have fallen into on the way down. I was picking it up from my kitchen counter. There was no way it could have gone under the cabinets. It's just gone. Even the cat was confused. I spent 20 minutes looking for it, even in places my rational self knew it couldn't have been. So, for those that have had this happen, does the item ever come back? I'm really stressed about this as it's a special clay and I need it soonish and have no desire to spend the $100 to replace it. You know, just an update. but I did find it. It wound up in a zipped closed pocket of a backpack 6 feet away. Apparently asking the house Pixies for help worked. Case file number 904, written by Kinetic Symphony. It finally happened. My own personal glitch in the Matrix. I'm resting in my recliner, which is conveniently located within my own room and office area, ready to drift off to sleep in short order, or at least I was hoping so. My nightly routine, I always have to have a show running to fall asleep on my phone. Been rewatching the Stargate series lately. It's most excellent indeed, best sci-fi show, or at least right up there with Star Trek and The Expanse. Covers are drawn over me. I queue up the episode Entity. On Prime, it shows the title of each episode when you play it. First note here, I didn't remember that title at all. This is very odd for me. Keep in mind I've rewatched the Stargate series so many times in the past, it's a problem. Probably 8 times at least. Most episodes I could replay in my own mind and save on the Prime subscription cost. To not remember a title is bewildering. But that's just the start of it. As I play the episode itself, nothing about it whatsoever is familiar to me. It was so jarring that I was listening to the dialogue and I couldn't fall asleep because I was captivated by the then entirely new storyline. From my perspective anyhow. I couldn't even fall asleep. Adrenaline spiked. Had to get up and go do some research on this episode. Everything I could find indicated the same thing I felt in the recliner. None of this was familiar. Every single other episode I looked up, and have since watched, was sadly entirely known to my brain. No surprises at all. This happened a couple weeks ago. I wanted to wait a little while before actually writing out my own glitch here, to see if I could think of anything, but it really does seem like I have a Mandela effect on my own hands, for an entire episode of a show I've watched 8+ times. Case file number 905, written by Queen of Bananas. The Cinematic Glitch. I went to the movies with my best friend, known him for over 2 decades. After the movie ended, we went to the restroom. I had to unload the beast, so a stall was required. Urinal sufficed for him. When I was done, I did the standard sanitary hand-washing routine. My friend said he was waiting outside by the bathroom door, sent a text. I exit the bathroom, but he's not there. Figured he got tired of waiting as it was a, let's just say, substantial movement. That's fine, no worries. I sent him a text again asking him where he was. He says he's right beside the bathroom door. Now I'm very confused and a little on edge. Is he goofing off? It's not unlike him to play pranks, so I was alert, but didn't think anything weird was happening, yet. After I insisted he was not by the bathroom door, and he continued to insist he was right there, describing the poster right across from the bathroom entrance, I was starting to get frustrated with him. I told him to cut the act, that I was starving. I never pay for movie food, it's too damn expensive, and that we needed to head out and grab some burgers. For the last time, he says he doesn't know what's going on, swears to God he's right outside the entrance. I decide to go back into the bathroom. Keep in mind there's still a fair few people coming and going as the movie had just let out 15 minutes ago. I wait a minute, then come back out again, thinking he wanted some crescendo to his prank. What do you know, he's right there as I come out the second time. But he's not acting like he pranked me. He has a look of confusion and irritation, much like I imagined the expression on my face looked like. We both kept insisting we were in the exact same place, but neither of us could see each other apparently. Ultimately, we just chalked it up to lack of awareness on our parts and went to grab food. Bonus file, written by Blip22, The Story of 50 Souls. My father used to tell me a story when I went to bed. I was a weird kid who loved to hear about murderers. Dad said there used to be a man who lived in my best friend's home who had ended the lives of over 50 people. He'd take them back there in the basement. Dad never went into great detail, obviously, as I was young, but I still knew. I'm in my 20s now. I still live in the same town, and my friend ended up buying his own parents' home, the one my dad was speaking about, paid off their mortgage and still lives with them, taking care of his dad, who's very sick. Cancer. He's a good person. I go over there too when I can spare the time. I work 2 jobs, so it's not easy. Last time I went over there, I went down to their basement to get meat from the deep freezer. We were going to cook steaks the next day, staying over as I had a few days off. As I head to the freezer, the lights cut off, and I feel colder than I ever have before. Mind you, we live in Canada, Ontario, near Sudbury. Needless to say, I am accustomed to extreme chill, but this coldness was nothing like external wind chill. It was internal, like the cold was within my own bones. This sensation only lasted a few seconds tops. Lights came back on and I felt normal again, although shaken, definitely pumped up full of adrenaline. I'd been down in that basement countless times over the years. My friend and his family have too, of course. None of them have ever mentioned anything exciting or weird like this happening to them. Nothing ever happens in this town or house. Don't know what to make of that. I'm not hard-pressed against supernatural experiences, but I'm not a firm believer either. This makes me wonder for sure. I asked my dad a few days later if he had made up the story he told me going to bed, specifically about that house. He said he did. It was just to appease my strangely macabre mind, especially for a 7-year-old. So, was this just a coincidence? Did my mind conjure up this weird scenario by itself, or was there actually a presence down there? Case file number 906, written by Cabbage and Brains. How could a language be downloaded into my brain? Hello, I'm a cop situated in a southern city. While it technically was not mandatory to do so, only one member of a team had to have competency in Spanish. It was encouraged to learn a second language. I've tried to pick up bits and pieces of the grammar, inflection, and word meanings. Many are similar to English, so it's not that out of place to have a vague idea of what someone is saying, even if I could not keep a conversation flowing. Here's the glitch. I was out on patrol with my partner, Robert, but of course we called him Bobby, when we spotted 2 men, early 30s, polo shirt and jeans, average height, evidently harassing another man, 50s at least, Caucasian, in front of a pawn shop. Flashed our lights briefly, then exited the vehicle on caution. Breaking up the disturbance, separated the men and asked them questions to know what the commotion was over. The older man said that everything was fine, when it clearly wasn't. Most people in the city know not to snitch, never surprised by this. The other 2 gentlemen were suddenly acting very calm and civil. Neither of them spoke English, or at least neither of them chose to. My partner was the fluent one in Spanish, so he was leading the conversation, with me trying to follow along. And then, it's as if a switch was flipped in my noggin. I suddenly understood every single word spoken. Every intonation of their voice indicating a contrary meaning to a word. Something you'd only appreciate if you dedicated a lot of time to local culture and dialect. I'm standing there feeling entirely normal physically, but mentally ill. I understand everything. But I can't. My mastery of Spanish is at a 3rd grade level. There's no conceivable way that this is happening. A human brain doesn't all of a sudden gain this kind of insight, especially in words I know I'd never heard before, but now fully understood. For instance, I'd never heard the word noche before, which just means night. Yet when spoken, I knew what it meant. And on that deep subconscious level where you're not even thinking about understanding it, you just do. Same for the grammar. Turns out the 2 gentlemen had wanted more money for their jewelry than the pawn shop owner would pay. They had come here the night prior. They were irate, although according to the older man and the security cameras in his shop, it never became physical. We told them to break it off, and that was that. After this, I did try to speak to Bobby about this incident, but I couldn't articulate what I meant without sounding like I should be committed to the psych ward. I still have perfect mastery of Spanish now, so maybe I should be. Case file number 907, written by Mindful Soup. The surgical procedure out of this world. A few years ago, I received rough news. I needed to have a surgical operation done to remove a tumor located near my stomach. The doctors and nurses involved were very kind and polite, and most importantly, very reassuring, telling me this type of surgery is routine these days. While I still felt extraordinarily afraid, I knew there was no choice. The tumor had not metastasized yet, so if removed, there were great odds that it'd be cancer-free for a long time. I agreed to the procedure, and eventually the day and time came to be put under. God bless anesthesiologists. I went under in a few seconds, the weirdest feeling, as if being submerged into warm water. But this wasn't an ordinary surgery for me. I woke up what I can only imagine was hours into the surgery, above my body. I was floating, witnessing the surgery being performed on myself. I couldn't move, just watch. I felt no pain nor fear. It's a difficult feeling to describe. It's not bliss. I felt entirely neutral, numb maybe. Time didn't seem to matter. The whole play happened at the same time, it seemed, and before I knew it had begun, I was waking up in my real body. It's unclear to me if my mind had imagined this or if I really did have an out-of-body experience. According to the surgical team, it went perfectly smoothly, never having any emergency issues to deal with. I always thought if out-of-body experiences happen, that they'd be when a person is at death's door. Maybe not. Maybe it's related to the person's state of mind? Bonus file, written by Throwaway 23311. That overwhelming darkness. My parents had recently sold their home and bought a property in the country, and I had just turned 28. I chose to convert a large shed on the property, which was close to the house, into my home. Although I occasionally felt uneasy in the shed, my dog kept me company, so it wasn't too horrible. Anyway, after a couple weeks there, I was sitting at the computer one night with my dog resting at my feet when I realized I had to pee. I got up and went outside to relieve myself. I was admiring the sky in the clear, starry night when I heard the shed door bang behind me. I quickly turned and attempted to open it, but it was immovable. My dog is now growling louder and louder inside the shed, and I can hear him barking as I desperately try to open the door. I should mention that I'm 6'7" tall. Yep, a giant, athletic, and well-built. However, despite my efforts, the door will not open. I'm now in a panic as my dog's barks have changed into whines, whimpers, and stillness. Finally, with all of my strength, I slam the door open. Now that the light inside has been turned off, the room is completely dark, and I can't get it to come back on. I can't see my dog anywhere, so I fumble around looking for a torch. When I do, I pick it up and switch it on, but I wasn't expecting what I saw next. My dog's eyes are closed and has physically squished itself into the farthest, darkest corner of the room. I walked over to him, and right away, when I was close enough to touch him, he leapt into my arms and wouldn't let go. I ran as quickly as I possibly could after picking him up. My dog would not even go near that area of the property, and I never set foot in that shed ever again. Case file number 908, written by Rudolf Ferengi. The Nexus, a multiversal diner. We're in a large group, over a dozen people in 4 cars, on a road trip from Oregon heading across the country to New York. Along the way, we usually stop off at diners to grab a quick and most delicious meal. We plan this out ahead of time via Google Maps. I'm in the rear of the group, in a small town, a few minutes behind the others. Driving by a diner, I noticed my best friend's car was parked in the driving lot. I was a bit annoyed as we had not agreed to stop for at least another hour to coordinate and decide where we'll eat lunch and eventually sleep for the night. I pull off and into the parking lot, then go inside. Friend is there, not ordered yet. I joined Josh, was him and his girlfriend, and asked, "Hey, why did you guys stop? We were going to continue for another hour, I thought." His girlfriend responded, "We were hungry," and I was nagging him, so he obliged me. We all laugh. I sit down and order with them, realizing I'm famished too. Breakfast was only 2 hours before, and I like to eat. We eat and hit the road quickly after. I had texted in the diner to the group ahead, letting them know me and Josh were just eating, so they had presumably stopped to eat somewhere else further down too as a result. They never replied, so I just kept on going. I kept driving to our pre-agreed upon pit stop. Everyone was up ahead waiting there for me. When I pulled in and got out of the car, they were all asking me, "What the hell? Where have you been? Why didn't you answer any texts or calls?" They'd been waiting in that spot for 30 minutes. Here is the real gut punch. Josh and his girlfriend were the first ones to say this to me, but they're the ones I sat down with to eat in that diner. Apparently, they never made a stop in any diner. Not today, anyways. None of the group had. So, who the hell did I eat lunch with? Also, the text I had sent to the group while in the diner, they showed on my phone as having been sent, but they never went through until a few minutes before meeting up with the group. Another dose of confusion for everyone. I also received their texts, but only a few minutes earlier, and I didn't check them while driving. Best to practice safe driving, right? Case file number 909, written by Potato Goat Mystery, the mystery of a respawning tire cap. I can't stop thinking about what occurred today. When I went to check the driver's side tire's air pressure 3 months ago, I discovered that the tire cap was gone. Although it's entirely feasible, I didn't think they would forget the cap because I had just recently purchased this automobile from a dealership, and the individuals who were parking next to me at the time were quite volatile. Since they had previously dropped glass on purpose in my parking area, I simply believe that they had taken the tire cap to play me for a fool at the time. I didn't really give my new tire cap much thought, except for the fact that my neighbors are terrible. I received a notification today indicating my tire pressure was low, so I stopped at a gas station I'd never gone to before on the way home from work. The driver's seat tire is the first one I check, and it is low. I next check the other tires just in case. I take care not to put the caps on the ground because I don't want to lose them. Instead, I merely hold them in my hand. My keys and tire pressure checker fell to the ground after I'd paid for the air pump. When I picked up the tire pressure checker again, I noticed that the dial arrow had come off and was now loose and rolling around the face. I estimated how much air I thought I needed, and shrugged off the broken pressure checker because it was a cheap plastic thing that didn't cost very much anyways. As I'm shaking it around trying to figure out how the dial fell off, I noticed that I still have a tire cap in my left hand. I assumed that I just forgot to recap one of the tires, but all of them had caps, all of them. I checked and rechecked all of my tires and caps, and the crazy part is that the tire cap I was inexplicably holding in my hand matched the others. It was the missing cap from 3 months ago. But what really makes it a glitch is that I never touched the missing tire cap in the first place. I just noticed it was gone. I've never been to that gas station before, and I never picked anything up off the ground until I picked up my keys. Could I have possibly picked up someone else's missing tire cap subconsciously? I wanted to vacuum my car, so I cleared out some trash and looked around for some quarters. Could I have found it and held it in my hand without realizing? It's possible, but it doesn't really seem likely. What's tripping me out is the fact that the dial broke right before I noticed the tire cap in my hand again. It gave me chills. Bonus file, written by OKStar8815, The Monster of Pure Darkness. It's been about a year since my husband and I had an encounter with this tall, mysterious creature, but I haven't been able to let go since it's been plaguing my dreams and keeping me from being outside at night, so I thought I'd share it here in hopes that anyone might have similar stories or encounters. It was the middle of winter, and everything was powdered and white. Life had gotten quite slow, so my husband and I decided to take our 2 small children to his parents' house to enjoy a date night together. My in-laws live only 4 blocks away from us on the very bottom of a mountain in Utah County, so it wasn't a far drive. It was around 4 in the evening when we left our kids with my in-laws, and we had only planned to pick up some sushi and head back home. By the time we were done and back in my in-laws, it was around 5:45 in the evening. The sun was shining brightly, but was about to make its way out for the night. We gathered up the kids, put their coats on, and headed out to the car. My father-in-law and 19-year-old brother-in-law walked out with us to say goodbye to the kids. As we were buckling them into their seats, we heard this horrendous noise. It sounded like a woman crying, a child laughing, and a bird cawing all at the same time. My father-in-law looked at me and said, "Are you hearing this?" My husband said, "Yes, you heard that too?" My brother-in-law mentioned he could hear it too. He just stood there silent, trying to dissect whatever the sound was and where it was coming from. And then I heard my father-in-law say, "Look on the mountain." About 100 yards away, he was pointing skyward. To get a better look, I swiftly removed my spectacles from my head, and sure enough, there it was. Over a bush, something large and black was crouching. We silently watched and listened to its cries. My father-in-law yelled, "I'm getting my binoculars," and then turned to leave for the home. The thing made an agonizingly quiet stop before slowly standing up and turning to face us. It was an 8 to 9 foot tall, all-black beast that was long and lean. A man's body, yet it is excessively long and slender. He would have passed his knees if not for the length of his arms. He had no facial features, no nose, no eyes, just darkness. We collectively stood in silence, staring at each other and the thing. About 15 seconds had passed and it began to quickly float up the mountain. I'm not talking float as in it was so fast you couldn't see its legs. I'm talking literally floating up the mountain. My husband describes it at about 20 miles per hour in speed. It wasn't long before he had completely dissipated into the tip of the mountain. I will never forget that day, and I have not seen one since. Hope to never see one ever again. Case file number 910, written by Joshua. Is this the instruction set for the universe? This happened to me when I was 22 years old. I'm 26 now. I was in my backyard doing some stuff when a young person appeared from afar near my yard, not knowing where he came from. He started walking closer to me. He's in all silken white, doesn't even wear any flip-flops or shoes. As he gets closer and closer and finally stands in front of me face to face, I realize that this young man was me when I was 19 years old. Yet he doesn't look stressed and creepy like I was at 19. I spoke to him and said, "You look so familiar to me. In fact, you look just like me, just way younger." Then he said, "I was the behalf of you." I said, "Behalf? What do you mean by behalf?" His response, "It's like we are twins. I'm the celestial, and you are my terrestrial. Soon we will be as one perfect person." Then I said to myself in my own thoughts, "Hell, is this a joke?" Then he spoke up again and said, "No, I'm not joking. I was literally you. As of now, I can't eat like you do, but unlike you, I can't die." How did this young man know my thoughts? Very confused, I said back, "I don't know you, so just please leave now. Your words are a bit odd, so please just leave." The chilling response, "You can't accept this fact for now, but soon, when you meet the Creator, you'll be open to this and know I was right." Then he just vanished in front of me. I started to think that the Creator he spoke of, and celestial and terrestrial, all of these words that I can't get out of my mind. I searched about this for many days, and it was a link on some Bible website. There was just something there. It stated that God created people to be good and others to be evil, and he also created people for corruption and incorruption. I don't know, Mr. Kinetic Symphony, but maybe we are just NPCs for the so-called God as a creator, on his own story as a simulation. And this Bible thing is the manual and settings or instruction set. Case file number 911, written by Katie, The Ghost of Time. When I was a child, I had no idea that my dad had been adopted. My grandma didn't want us to know. I'm one of 5 children. When I was 14, my grandma got really sick really quickly, and my parents decided she was too sick for me to visit her. I was very upset about this and was devastated when she passed away. The funeral took place, and my granddad told me that he and my grandma had adopted both my dad and his sister. This was news, but didn't bother me as my grandparents were always there for me. A couple months passed and life moved on. I live in a market town in central England, which my grandparents visited numerous times. I was walking up a hill in the town center when everything suddenly went totally quiet and everything slowed down. I then saw a group of people walking past. The only one I could focus on was my grandma. She waved and smiled at me, and then everything was suddenly back to normal. I was 14 and led a very sheltered life and wasn't taking any medication. I told my parents when I got home and they didn't say they didn't believe me, but didn't really make much comment. For years I've thought about ghosts because I didn't get to say goodbye, but now I'm wondering if time itself glitched. Case file number 912, written by Bonita248. The Christmas Gift Jitters. So, for a few years now, I've been experiencing quite a few glitches. However, what happened the other night takes the cake. I don't really know if this is paranormal or a glitch, but here's the story. Christmas was Sunday, and yes, very exhausting. With 4 little ones at the house, I'm sure you can imagine. Well, although I don't have much money, I made sure I put a ton of thought into what I would be gifting each child. So, the 2 youngest are little girls, aged 6 and 8. They both are still into toys, but are kinda iffy about dolls because I watch a lot of creepy movies such as Annabelle, Chucky, and so on. I decided instead for one of their gifts to be a noise-making stuffed puppet. The oldest daughter, Rena, has a flamingo that makes a chirping bird sound. The youngest one, Aya, has a puppy that barks. Simple enough and very cute. Well, the other night, it was me and Aya in the kitchen. Aya had Rena's flamingo. "Listen, Mommy, this bird is copying me," says Aya. "Copying me," says the flamingo. "What?" I said. "What?" says the bird. And it went on in such a way, repeating us, until Aya finally decided to turn the damn thing off and throw it away. So I was telling her that I didn't know that the flamingo had that feature. She said she didn't either, but it was creepy, and she didn't want to play with it any longer. I called my daughter Rena so that I could ask her if she knew that her toy had this cool feature, but she was asleep. The next day, I was getting ready for work and saw the flamingo. Rena and my son were awake. While I had it on my mind, I then asked Rena about the toy, and she said she didn't know either. However, when I turned it on to demonstrate to them what it was doing, it didn't do it. It just made a chirping sound. Weird. So there's a button with a music symbol on it that you have to push in order to get it to sing. I pressed that button over and over and only chirping came out. I shook the toy, talked to it, yelled at it, threatened it, examined it for any other buttons to which there weren't any, and it still only chirped. So now I'm feeling crazy. I woke up Aya to get her to act as a witness, proof that it actually was repeating to us the night before, and she confirmed it. I asked her what she did to make it do that. She said nothing. She just started talking to it and it talked back. Well, I had to go to work, so I left. But prior to punching in, I looked up the toy on the site that I bought it from and read the features. To my utter shock and horror, it only read that the bird chirps. I googled it also and nothing was mentioned about it talking, let alone copying voices. I was totally creeped out and I'm trying to figure out a way to throw the toy in the garbage without Rena noticing. Case file number 913, written by Imagination Field. Man morphs into a woman in a split second. Hi there. I'm a 25-year-old woman, freshman in college. I know, late start, but don't judge me. I'm finally here, so that should count, right? A late start is the least of my troubles, however, as I'm finding out. I eat out often with friends for lunch. The day this glitch happened, I went alone to my local Subway. By the way, this glitch happened 2 weeks ago before the holidays. My friends were studying extra and just Ubered food. So I'm in Subway ordering a tuna melt. I know it's uncommon to get this at Subway, but it's really good, try it. Told the man building the sub the ingredients I wanted on it. Simple lettuce, tomato, onion with mustard, salt, and pepper. He builds it, everything is normal, but then he tells me that I look very familiar. Do I come in here often? Yeah, I do, I told him, but I don't remember ever seeing him before. He had a very deep, gravelly voice. I definitely remember that, even if I somehow forgot his face. I don't think he was flirting either. He was older, probably in his 40s at least. The small talk didn't persist beyond that question. So I move up to the register area and look slightly down and to my right where the cookies are. Those damn Subway cookies always get me, they're excellent. Perfectly chewy every time. But they didn't have any chocolate chip left. I felt defeated. Oh well, no dessert today. Turned my attention back to the man, and now it's a woman, around my age, maybe a little older, wrapping up the sub at the register? The sub is the same, tuna melt, my ingredients. No one else was in the Subway right now besides one older man, and I mean senior, not middle-aged like the man who was serving me before. Same as when I came in, still eating a bowl of soup. The new girl even had on a light flowery smelling perfume, or maybe it was just strong smelling body wash. The man who was serving me had no scent that I could remember. She told me the total, and I was like a deer in headlights. She must have figured I was a crazy lady. I asked her where the man who was building a sub was before, and she said there's only one other worker here right now, another woman. What the dribbling duck? I paid and left. I have no clue what just happened. There isn't any way in hell that the woman was pretending to be that man. The voices alone couldn't be changed. Unless it was some TikTok skit, I'm at a loss. Also, should mention I didn't hear anything at all, no walking besides a slight scuffling on the floor when someone, I was presuming still the male worker, moved towards the register. Case file number 914, written by DaVincio18, The Crispus Glitch. This isn't earth-shattering, but it still bothers me. I was hungry, but I'm on a diet, so I went to the kitchen just to get an apple. Honey Crisp, they're delicious and filling. Headed back to my office, and there's an apple just sitting there on the desk. I know for a damned fact that I had not gotten up before to get an apple, and I couldn't have missed it even if I had somehow forgotten I went to get one already. It was right there next to the keyboard. It's the same type of apple from what I can tell. Honey Crisp has a very distinctive pattern and color, and there was already one bite in it. Pretty sure it was my mouth and teeth pattern, although kinda hard to tell for sure. There's really nothing else to this. I went to get an apple, and an apple had already appeared from thin air, as if conjured from my own mind, right next to my keyboard. Creepy file number 74, written by Anonymous. Safety is paramount. First, I want to say that I live in a big city. I want to keep my identity and location, all of that private for reasons that will become evident. But in general, I value my safety. The first question I asked my landlord before renting this apartment was if I was permitted to change the locks and add a second deadbolt lock. Not only did he say yes, but he offered to make the changes and add the deadbolt for free. Now that's a good landlord. Security is paramount for me. I also carry pepper spray when out and about just to be extra safe. I make do. So I work standard hours, 9 to 5. I leave early for work as I have to catch a bus and a subway. It's about an hour-long commute, give or take. Always been uneventful, and I've been working this job, living in this apartment for a while, years. Very satisfied, until 2 days before Christmas. I didn't take off from work. I had one day I was allowed to, but it could either be Christmas Day or New Year's Day. I picked New Year's. Normal day at work, no stress, not very busy. Taking the bus home after the subway, and I entered my apartment. Both the deadbolt and standard lock were still secured. As soon as I entered the apartment, however, I knew someone had been in there. Keep in mind, while there are physical locks, there's no alarm system in the building. There's no doorman either. I value security, but I'm not a very wealthy girl, so that's a compromise I had to make. How did I know someone had broken in? The furniture was out of place, all of it. My couch is oriented directly towards the TV in the living room. Not at an angle, but now it was almost at a 90-degree angle. The coffee table was changed in angle as well, to match the new couch's position. The dining room chairs were moved out from under the table. But here's the strange part, nothing was stolen. I called the cops immediately, and they told me to wait downstairs in case an intruder was still inside. They came over quickly and did a sweep of my apartment before escorting me back inside. They asked me to look and see if anything was stolen, but I couldn't find anything missing, and I still haven't been able to. Not that I could tell for sure then. I looked quickly because I felt a bit pressured. They said they found no one, no evidence of a break-in, and I told them nothing was taken, that I could tell. I have one camera, all I could afford, but I have it in my room. No one went in there. Footage is backed up to my cloud. Only thing I can think is the landlord had spare keys, came in to move my furniture around and then left. Why? He has to announce 24 hours in advance before entering my apartment. The next day I called him and asked if he entered my apartment. He denied any knowledge of that, but did sound concerned. If he was faking sincerity, he'd deserve an Oscar award. I feel sick. This is a great apartment and I don't want to give it up, but how can I feel safe now? It's been a few days. I've been staying at my friend's place. She's such a sweet, understanding friend. I'm honestly blessed. I need to figure out what I'll do. I can get more cameras and a door jammer so no one can get in, even with the keys. That way I can still feel safe at home when I'm there. Maybe a dog too. File number 915, written by Give Me Warm. The glitch that almost cost me a fortune. Girlfriend and I were rabid poker fans. We routinely travel to Vegas to get our game on, and attend a few local events too. In our spare time, we practice with play money, as in a few $100, nothing critical, but enough to keep the blood pumping and the choices realistic. We're at the table with cold drinks. To be clear, we're both a little tipsy, but not drunk. Make of that what you will. I'm dealing out the first 2 cards before the flop. We both examine them. I had ace-3 suited, spades, not the best, but not the worst either, straight potential. I'd raise here even before the flop, as I'm the big blind. My girlfriend loves pushing the ante when I'm the big blind. I deal out the flop, 3 community cards on the table for those who don't know Texas Hold'em. Ace of hearts, queen of spades, and king of spades. Very good flop for me, especially given that my girlfriend already raised me considerably before the flop. I know her moves. She probably has a mid-range pair, if that. Here comes her bluff. Yep. I just call. I don't want to make my position too obvious. Flip to the turn, ace of diamonds. So I have a set of aces now, although it's a strong board potential for her too, but I'm not backing down. She bets. I call. River comes. Ace of clubs. One of those exceedingly rare boards. But now I have 4 of a kind and aces. Hard to beat that, right? The best part, my girlfriend assumes I must be bluffing. There's no way I have the other ace, the ace of spades. I assume she thinks. Well, she bets high. I raise with no hesitation as she's trapped now, and I can see that twinkle of fear in her eyes. Adrenaline spiked, playing the "now you're probably wondering how I wound up here" meme. Only I look back at the board and what was the ace of hearts is now a 2 of hearts. The board now reads 2 of hearts, queen of spades, king of spades, ace of diamonds, and ace of clubs. My personal 2 cards are still the same, ace of spades and 3 of spades. I'm a lucky son of a gun because she folded after my large raise. Pretty sure she had me cooked with at least 2 pairs. It's rare she folds, but she had good instincts, and I wasn't actually bluffing. Until technically I was, because reality shifted the ace to a 2. Girlfriend didn't act like that card changed, and I didn't exactly feel like bringing it up to her. I still haven't. Imagine that. Hey honey, did you also see the card on the table morph into an entirely different card? No honey, but I found these divorce papers. Case file number 916, written by Alfie Melmac. I was abducted by aliens. Whatever this was, it hit me over a decade ago. I've been able to recall most of the night's events through hypnotherapy. To be honest, I always thought this was bogus science and couldn't possibly work. Putting people under hypnosis is nothing like in the movies or TV, but if you open your mind up enough to fully relax, it really does work. The reason I even attempted this is at the persistent suggestion of family members after I told them about the blank day. I told them this years ago, soon after it happened. Again though, back then to me, it was nothing more than a missing day. I had gone to bed Wednesday and woke up in bed Friday. No signs of ever having left my bed. Naturally, that's impossible, short of being in a coma. My boss had called me, I had a record of that phone, and landline messages left. I lived alone, so there wasn't anybody to corroborate any weird happenings. All I knew was I skipped a day. I had medical checkups done, but everything came back clean. It's also important to note that I didn't have any unusual scars or bruises or implants. Since I wasn't some loony extraterrestrial theorist, I never requested to get checked for those things at all, but none of them were found. Wow, how times have changed. I'll now go over the fragments of information I've pieced together from my hypnosis sessions. Because I don't recall events in a chronological order, it can be challenging to construct a timeline that's coherent. There are 2 bigger chunks I can describe. I initially recall waking up to the fact that it was still dark outside. I never lower my blinds because the sun wakes me up naturally. I remember this feeling of anxiety at the time. The sun wasn't even close to rising. Not a sound, not a light to be seen. Then, abruptly, blinding white light appeared outside my windows, as though a switch had been flipped. It was very sudden. The light was exceedingly white, like what you'd find in a hospital hallway, but magnified 1,000 times, and that's the key to what I remember. It is impossible to mistake this for sunlight. Disorienting is the only word for it. Well, terrifying too. There was no sound. It was only, as that overused term can accurately present, deafening silence. That's all I remember up until I presume a long time later, because there was now sunlight outside. I remember still being in bed, but I was naked. I always sleep in pajamas, keeps my skin healthy. Who undressed me, or what, and for what? As I said before, there were no markings or bruises, scars, or implants. Nothing was done to my body as far as anyone could tell. If this is an abduction by aliens, they certainly don't need to leave behind evidence that they examined a human body. But beyond knowing that I was naked and it was sunny out, I felt a weight on my chest. It's a bizarre thing to recollect. I could move my arms and legs but couldn't lift up my chest. That's all I got. Well, I also have a very short memory again for what I think is later in the timeline. It was still dark out. Who knows, it might be chronologically the first fragment. All I can remember from it is darkness and cold air. In every memory, I recall no sounds whatsoever. Maybe that's a failing of hypnotherapy? It's not perfect, but it's given me more than what I had. If anyone has suppressed memories they want to dig up, I recommend it. Although, at your own peril. Having this knowledge has not made me happier. I'm unsure of how to handle it. Does it imply that I was kidnapped or suffered a mental breakdown, taken to an alien ship and brought back? Which is it? Whatever it was, I believe my mind decided it was best to forget about it. And then the other part of my mind later on said, screw that, let's dig the terror back to the surface. Because yeah, that's my brain for you. Bonus file, written by John the Man, The Translucent Force. I think I have to move. Let me explain. I'm a father of a beautiful wife, 3 children. Both my sons and 1 daughter have told me separately the same story. They wake up in the middle of the night, full of fear, and at the base of their bed they see a translucent shimmer in the shape of a human. Then yesterday, I saw it too. The best way to describe it is translucent yet with a ribbed edge, like the edge of a puzzle where they all intersect together, but in 3D. You can tell the general shape, but that's about it. I have a camera in my room. It did not pick up this translucent thing, only myself bolting awake suddenly and then staring transfixed for several minutes in the same spot. It's unnerving mostly because from my memory it was only a few seconds before it faded away. Yeah, we have to get out. What the hell? Case file number 917, written by Nordic Brewski. Evidence of my invincibility. I work construction year-round. Don't want to give too many details out regarding my work, but suffice to say there are a lot of power tools involved, heavy equipment, materials, and large structures. I always work with a team, even later in the evening, as was the case in this event, but there was still light out. We rarely ever work when it's completely dark. There's someone working above me, and keep in mind there's no floor in place yet. There is a makeshift platform to walk across, but that's it. Huge gaps in both sides. We all use workmen's belts to carry around various tools. Don't often need to use a hammer, but it all comes standard on our belt. Somehow, the guy above me's, new guy naturally, hammer, comes loose and falls down between the gaps. Technically, this was my fault too, in what happens next. No one is supposed to be under the floor segment if someone is up above. Truth is that in the construction industry, it's rare not to cut some safety corners, but it is reckless. Even though I had my safety helmet on, it didn't help in this case. The hammer happens to fall down and lands squarely on my kneecap. I was bent down to pick up some waste scrap near the frame of the wall. I saw it fall in that second between entering my field of vision and colliding with my knee. "Hey, watch the frick out, loose hammer!" I had no time to react. The hammer was on my knee before he even finished the sentence. I heard the light thud mixed with a sharp, snappy, crunching sound as the hammer impacted my kneecap. Then I felt the indescribable pain. I felt myself a nanosecond away from passing out from the shock. Then, like nothing at all had happened, the hammer was now beside me. Other workers rushed to check on me. The new guy up top literally jumped down from his stomach on the platform all the way down. No doubt he was freaking the freak out. No pain, no evidence the hammer ever made contact with my knee. Nothing, just nothing whatsoever. Everything about this is weird and makes no effing sense to me. I felt strangely angry, and I don't know why. Not at the new guy, maybe a little, but stupid accidents eventually happen. I don't know, not knowing what happened. Everyone nearby said they heard the impact. That sound when bone shatters is unmistakable, and it's etched into my brain. So I know I'm not going crazy, unless we all are. Case file number 918, written by The Black Derrière. Whoa, that's déjà vu. I own two beautiful pets, a dog and a cat. I nicknamed them Butch and Sundance because they're inseparable companions against the world, and they know how to wrangle me for all the food I've got, daily. It's a problem, but they're too effective. It's my daily morning routine. Feed and water them up while Sundance meows her little cute vocal cords off. Relentless she is. And yes, I'm taking some liberties on genders here. Color me playful, dear Watson. Now they're gorging themselves, so I return, with coffee in hand, to my study room. I always try to catch up on a bit of reading after showering. What's a better way to wake up than pages of literature and coffee in the morning? The pages go by, coffee is nearly depleted, when Sundance walks in, escorted by Butch. They don't always come to pay respects to their food slave, but when they do, they tend to sit next to me, two-seat couch, cuddled up together. It's downright precious. Okay, back to my pages. I look down. Peripheral vision just above the book slightly reveals that Butch and Sundance are strolling into the room again. I make a quick glance to my left side. They're no longer next to me. What the? They carry out the identical actions once more. I swear it was similar to the Matrix's déjà vu experience, but with a small dog involved as well. The same head motions, brief glances up at me, and Butch even play-biting Sundance's head. He always does it. All happened at the same time as before. It merely repeats what happened just a moment ago. I'm a middle-aged woman who has never experienced anything unusual in her life. Case file number 919, written by Hollywood Paladin. Can a phone teleport? My friend Lucas and I were out for a hardcore night on the town, painting the city red. Go hog wild. Well, not really. We ordered some burgers at a local pub. Actually quite good, all things considered. We both had 1 pint of beer, but only 1 pint, that's it. So before we leave the bar, I order up an Uber on my phone app. 7-minute wait, not bad. We decided to wait it outside. The bar was much too loud now. Lucas said, "Hey man, I forgot my phone at home. Can I use yours for a second? If I don't text my girlfriend, she'll be worried and I'll never hear the end of it." Naturally, I say sure, hand him over my phone. Truth is, I hate giving out my phone to anyone. So much of my life is on that thing, for better or worse. But he's my best friend, and I know he'd never intentionally steal it or lose it. I still believe that. That said, he did lose it. In a way I can't blame him for whatsoever. He was holding it, sending a text to his girlfriend. After that, by habit I figured, he lowered his arm to put it into his jeans front pocket. He was cupping it in his hand, so the majority of the phone was obscured from the angle I was viewing it from. But I still see the edges of it and through his fingers, entering his pocket. I told him, dude, are you forgetting something?" He has this incredulous look for a second, then giggles like an idiot, before putting his hand back in his pocket, exclaiming, "Sorry dude, it's force of habit. I do the same thing, it's automatic, so no worries." I'm sure you can all figure out what happens next. The phone is gone. Not in his pocket anymore. Not on the ground. So, some important details here. My friend is a clumsy guy. It's actually pretty bad. Whenever he comes over to my place, there's usually at least a dropped plate or he'll somehow bang his head on a desk or something rather absurd like that. So is he some fantastic secret magician that's perfected the art of sleight of hand? Yeah, over my dead body he is. Secondly, he's been my close friend for over a decade. There's no world where he steals my phone willingly. Oh sure, I know what some will think. Lucas is a master thief. This is his long con to steal a 2-year-old phone from his best friend using expert sleight-of-hand skills. I don't buy it, sorry. Of course, that doesn't leave me with any rational explanations. What the frick happened, and where is my phone now? For those wondering, we got home fine that night. The Uber driver didn't ask to see my phone, thankfully. It would have been a very long walk home otherwise. Case file number 920, written by Hot Honey Buns 1. More evidence of the universe losing cohesion. My adorable, but easily stressed out wife and I have been puzzled by this. Downright mind-boggled. We live in a small Wisconsin suburb in a home that we own together. We're in our 30s. I'm a roughneck, blue-collar man. I enjoy beer, beef, and sports. Despite this being rather common, I am who I am. My wife works for a Fortune 500 corporation in human resources. She works only part-time from home, although we don't yet have children. Hopefully that will change soon. I bring all of this up to show that we are regular people. Given how absurd the event that occurred was, I felt compelled to say this. I had the day off from work and my wife was off too. We decided to make a day of it by relaxing. Ordinarily, we'd plan an extravagant and expensive outing, movies and dinners. Hey, it's getting damned expensive now with inflation and all of that, not to mention gas prices. So, home-cooked dinner, a stew, and a movie, cuddled up on the couch. Yep, that works too. After dinner, we curled up on the couch watching Die Hard, which is by far the best Christmas film, when the TV image becomes distorted. We purchased this brand new TV a few years ago, so it isn't even very old yet. All the bells and whistles included, 4K smart TV, nothing had ever malfunctioned before. I tried fidgeting with the remote and turning the TV on and off, but the image remained the same, which irritated me a little. The sound was still incredibly clear. I was irritated that I had to move out of the cozy bundle of blankets my wife and I were curled up in to try to fix the TV. I had gotten up and already started to approach it when it fixed itself. Okay, that's cool. Then I hear my wife ask, "What is that next to the TV? Do you notice that?" She was pointing towards a little unoccupied space close to the TV. There, I too saw a tiny spherical ball of nothing. Black. Have you ever seen the TikTok clips where they make ultra-black paint drawings on surfaces and attempt to create optical illusions with it? Like creating the illusion of a hole in the earth when all that's there is paint? That is how it appeared, but it didn't matter from what angle you looked at it. Instead, it appeared to be floating next to the TV rather than being painted to the wall. It was quite small, possibly the size of a pinball. I walked up close to it, but I didn't dare touch it. My wife and I were transfixed by this pinball of nothingness. We don't know what time it was when this thing appeared, until it ceased to be. A few minutes, probably. We were deeply unsettled by whatever that was. Did it also mess with our TV? But really, what did we just see? Has anyone else seen something like this? We mention this to each other every day. Case file number 921, written by Cracker Bear. On Christmas Day, our family broke gravity. This happened on Christmas Day. The entire family had gathered at my grandparents' house for the annual holiday feast, and I do mean a feast. We're a family of ravenous eaters, proud and shapely folk, let's just go with that. As such, the dining room table was overflowing with dishes. I'm talking about everything from Christmas deviled eggs to mashed potatoes to honeyed ham to Watergate salad. You name it, we got it. Even cranberry sauce that only one person seems to touch, and somehow we never see who it is. We were all enjoying our supper when something weird happened. Extremely weird. Without warning, the dining room table lifted itself up about an inch off the ground. Everyone stopped talking and stared in amazement as the table hovered in midair for a moment before falling back down. And bear in mind, it wasn't some graceful slow fall. It's kinda crazy how loud and rumbling an inch of freefall from a whole dining room table can be. Everyone else saw that, right? Grandma said first. I think everyone was scared to admit they did. We all spent the next few minutes wondering what could have possibly caused this. Uncle Chris thought it might have been a small earthquake, while Granddad thought it was a ghost. To be fair, my grandpa is heavily into the supernatural, according to Grandma. He doesn't talk too much about that with us. As we continued to talk about this freaking nuts situation, the table lifted itself off the ground again. This time staying up for several seconds before, once more, falling back down. "I think it's trying to tell us something," Grandpa said, but winking at the others. Somehow, he's not terrified by this like the rest of us are, or at least if he is, he's trying to diffuse the horror with humor. And it was working. Everyone laughed a little, but still with that tension in the air. Everyone took a plate and we moved the remaining supper over to the living room. Not something my grandparents liked doing, mind you, but given the circumstances. The good news? All of the dishes had remained intact on the table, more or less. Some cracks in a few plates, but at least nothing fell off besides a couple slices of ham, which Porkchop promptly dispatched for us. Porkchop, oh, he's a Yorkshire Terrier, by the way. Who needs a Roomba when you have a Porkchop, my grandma always says. The other good news. The table remained firmly bound by physics the rest of the evening, and since we left, as updated by my grandparents. You know what I found so odd about this? Outside of breaking gravity, it's that pets always respond first whenever I hear about paranormal accounts involving ghosts or beings that we can't see. Maybe that's inaccurate? Or perhaps there was nothing supernatural about it at all. In that case, I'm just baffled. Has anyone else experienced the dining room table just lifting off by itself? Or other furniture, I guess. Bonus file, written by Sexy Poker, my granddad, the master of time. My whole system was shut down after my grandpa's funeral. I struggled to accept that he had actually passed away while I sat in the restaurant with my family, trying to reconcile the reality that he was no longer among us. If you've never lost someone truly close to you, it feels like your insides are being pulled, twisted, contorted, and then eviscerated into mush inside your own chest, and it never stops. My mom and dad suggested going to a restaurant after the funeral, to try and take our mind off of it. I wasn't hungry at all, so I just had a salad. Sitting there trying to digest both the food and the sorrow, the entire restaurant gradually froze in time. All the sounds of silverware clinking and people talking eventually came to a total halt. Everything was motionless and silent. Waitresses were in mid-step at an angle where trying to pretend to be frozen just couldn't work for any real length of time. My mother and I looked at each other. We spoke or tried to, but no sound came out. We sat there for at least a few minutes until finally everything unfroze and the sounds of the restaurant resumed as if nothing had ever happened. My heartbeat was absolutely not frozen during this, that's for sure. In fact, to the absolute opposite. At least I know my heart is strong, even if it shattered. We looked around the room, but no one else seemed to have acknowledged anything out of the ordinary. Time had simply paused, but just for us. And we couldn't shake that feeling that it had something to do with my grandpa. God, I miss Grandpa so much. We live next door to each other, so it wasn't a typical situation of only seeing him a few times a year when possible to break off from the obligations of life and school. I'd love to believe that this was him saying goodbye. Maybe I needed that. Maybe my mom needed that too. Maybe that's reading too far into it? But honestly, it's what we will choose to believe. It makes all the difference in the world. File number 922, written by Violet Avocado, my brother, the Lord of Chickens. So this happened to me when I was 15. It was 8 p.m. like that. I'm outside our house and saw my elder brother outside as well. We know it's evening and cold outside, but as for us, we do usually go outside topless, just chilling outside. We saw our cousin, so we started to hang out. We're singing while my brother's playing the guitar. Then, suddenly, my brother just stood up and bolted to a chicken coop. Just stood there facing the chicken cage. I thought it would be a good idea to scare him, so my cousin and I hid and were ready to scare him. A little note, the cage where he is standing has only one way in, and that's where we are hiding. So we waited and waited, because we thought he was just relieving his bladder there. We waited for 3 minutes, but he was still just standing there. We got bored. Then suddenly we heard my family laughing inside our house. I turned to look up at our house and heard my brother laughing there as well. I know it's my brother because he has this distinct laugh, can't mistake it for anyone else. I got chills in an instant and pulled myself up to look. Then my brother, who I thought was standing in the chicken cage, was gone. Nowhere to be seen. I ran back to our house. My cousin followed closely behind me. Then he was there in his sweater. I asked my mother if my brother just got there. She said he was there all along with them. In fact, he never went outside at all. I told them he was with us and playing guitar with our cousin. I told my brother to stop lying, but I realized he's not by the look on his face. My family looks confused, so I just brush it off. Then my cousin told them what happened too, the same story as me. Case file number 923, written by Lock and Key 16. Can the universe alter a memory? All of my life living with my folks, they had this long oak table in the kitchen. It's beautiful. It had intricate carvings along the edges and a glossy finish that shone in the sunlight. We used to do our homework on the table, have Sunday dinners around it, and play board games on it late into the night. I have vivid and clear memories of dominating my mom, dad, and sister in Risk. I even remember when they started to refuse to play with me. So you can imagine my total confusion when I came home from school yesterday and saw that the oak table was gone, replaced with a sleek glass one. My parents were sitting at the new table acting like this was normal. I asked, "Hey Dad, where's the old table? Did we sell it?" My parents looked at each other, then back at me. "What old table?" my mom said. "The oak one? The one that's been in our kitchen since the dawn of time?" My dad let out a small chuckle with hints of confusion, saying, "That was never an oak table, son. It's always been a glass table." I stared at them, thinking this has to be a joke. No way. I remember it being wood. I used to run my hands along the carvings all the time while eating dinner or playing board games with you. But my parents just shook their heads and insisted that it had always been a glass table. I can't wrap my mind around this. It is impossible, inconceivable that my mind created every single memory, hundreds if not thousands, of this distinctive oak table that was always glass. The only thing that sprang to mind was to search through my phone and Google Photos Drive for images of the four of us seated at the table. When we got together for special occasions like my birthday or holidays, we took a lot of photos. This is proof. Every image I could locate depicts it as a glass table. I'm really going insane. I won't discuss it with my family ever again. I can't tell you how it makes me feel since I can't rely on my own memories. What do I even do? Case file number 924, written by Wifey Bosom. Can a friend be in two places simultaneously? I was out for a drive one day, just enjoying the nice weather and clearing my head. Dealing with some relationship drama, but that's neither here nor there. I decided to stop at the mall to do a little shopping and maybe grab a bite to eat. As I was walking through the parking lot, I spotted my friend Rachel. We chatted for a bit and caught up on each other's lives. Rachel was not my best friend, but we do get along and it's pleasant to talk to her. It feels a bit weird trying to describe the level of a friend, if you know what I mean. But just to say, we both like each other and see each other rather consistently, at least once a week. Rachel had some errands to run, so we said our goodbyes and agreed to meet up later. Fast forward a few hours and I'm sitting at the restaurant waiting for Rachel to show up. She's running late, but that's not unusual for her. Finally she arrives and we sit down to order. As we're talking about boyfriends and the ridiculousness of relationships, hers was rocky too, I asked her what errand she was running earlier today at the mall. "What are you talking about? I didn't go to the mall today. I've been at home all day." "Huh?" I said in my own brain. "But I saw you there. We talked for a few minutes. Stop playing." Rachel said, "That couldn't have been me. I haven't left the house all day, I swear. I was crying in bed. But I do know I was feeling rather irritable given how insistent she was being. I described her outfit and the location where we had spoken, but Rachel said she never left the bed besides the shower. When she received my text stating the time and place to meet up, she did respond with, "Sure, okay, I'll meet you there," which seemed a little strange of a wording to use given we had already agreed to meet up later. just wasn't sure on what restaurant. I dropped the discussion as it was clear one of us is wrong, but no one would give an inch. I decided to go back to the mall the next day. I walked through the parking lot, retracing my steps from yesterday. And there it was, the exact spot where I'd seen Rachel. For a second, I wanted to pretend to be some private investigator, checking to see if there were cameras on the light post or something, but no, there was nothing. Not that I could have accessed the footage anyways. That's that, I guess. What else can I do? Did I meet a doppelganger of one of my friends? We spoke for at least 5 minutes and whatever it was, knew intimate details of her life. Her boyfriend's name, where she lived, etc. Case file number 925, written by EasyNat20. The universe casts a spell. Darkness. My group of friends and I were deep into a Dungeons & Dragons campaign, huddled around the table in my basement. We had been playing for hours, completely immersed in the world we had created, to the detriment of other responsibilities. I can't claim we're the epitome of health, but we enjoy life and the fantasies we create from it. Besides, this is a once-in-a-month event. It was my turn to make a choice. I was just about to roll the dice, perception roll, when everything went completely dark. At first I thought the power had gone out. Then I realized that the darkness was just in front of my eyes, but it was complete. It was like some kind of veil had been placed over my vision, blindfolded without a blindfold, with no edge where light peeks through. I heard panicked whispers from all my friends around me. "What's happening? I can't see anything. How are you doing this?" I reached out and touched the table in front of me, trying to orient myself and make sure reality still existed. Thankfully it did. I didn't really feel any discomfort, just stress and total confusion. I said, "Okay guys, I'm not crazy, right? No one can see anything either?" Everyone pretty much terrifyingly stated yes. Then the darkness lifted and my vision returned. There was no warning. I blinked a few times, trying to adjust to the now painfully bright lights of my basement lamps, which really were rather dim. We set the ambiance intentionally so for these D&D sessions. And no, we don't cosplay as elves and orcs, although I might want to. My friends were all looking at me and then each other. No one was speaking. I spoke first after the light returned. So we're all agreed that we all went temporarily blind and that we're not crazy, right? Everyone nodded. We went upstairs. It was evening, dark out, which added to the tension, I suppose. None of us had a clue. Collective delusion? Something in the snacks we ate? It's never happened again. Even though it took us a few days to feel relatively sane, we're all right now. We joke around with Mick, who always plays as a warlock, that somehow he has actual real powers in life and showed us a glimpse of his curses. Case file number 926, written by Confused Milky. Can a human being teleport? It was just another ordinary day at the office, clear skies and terrible coffee. I was working on a task with my colleague, Sandra, when she vanished. She was sitting across from me on our computer, typing away, and then she was gone, just like that. I blinked a few times thinking I was hallucinating. But she was no longer there. I looked around the room thinking she'd just left for a moment, but there was no sign of her. To be clear, I didn't see her literally fade away. I was looking at my computer screen, having just seen her seconds before, looked back over, and then she's gone. I'm pretty damn sure she's not a ninja, so it was odd, and I started to get a little worried. I sent her a text and asked her where she went so quickly. Thinking maybe something had happened to her, I got up and walked around. I checked the kitchen, then the bathrooms. I know it seems excessive, but the way she left felt so abnormal, especially for her. She never seems to use the bathroom or get up for much, that I wanted to make sure everything was okay. Maybe she needed help with something? Eventually, I found her asleep in the conference room, which was empty. This made no sense. It was mid-afternoon, not lunch break or a normal break. I gently woke her up, thinking she might be ill. I told her, "Why did you get up and leave your desk so quickly? Are you feeling okay?" She says, "I don't remember that. The last thing I remember is reminding you of the Q4 report deadline." She had mentioned that to me a couple minutes before her vanishing. Neither of us really know what happened. She agreed to get a medical checkup just to be sure, but to me the weirdest part is how she left the desk. It was so quiet, and she'd have to pass by my peripheral vision on my right to leave. Our desks are aligned next to each other and blocked by a wall on our left side, but I saw absolutely nothing. How is that possible? Bonus file, written by Analytics Fun 42, The Devil's Laptop. I'm a uni student, just a typical dude. I'd been studying and playing video games, mostly Overwatch 2, the past few months. Tonight I was working on my laptop, listening to classical music while I typed away, working on my assignment. Music helps me to focus. One song ends, and then there's nothing queued up after, which is odd. Spotify always queues up another one no matter how many I've been listening to. I thought it was a Wi-Fi connection problem. My Wi-Fi was disconnected after all. Not that big a deal. I can set up a hotspot through my phone network if I need to. Before I could get that set up, I started to hear a low rumble, very low frequency sound. I realized that they were coming from somewhere deeper within my laptop. It was kind of like some static or feedback, but it was so distorted and harsh that it sounded unsettling. The noises were amplifying, getting louder and more erratic. I couldn't find the source. I tried closing all of my programs and restarting the computer, but the noises persisted. So I turned the damn thing off entirely. It's still producing this absurdly scary noise. I have no other speakers, just AirPods, but they were making no noise. Whatever this noise I was hearing became muffled if I put the AirPods in my ears. I unplugged the laptop and held it at arm's length. It felt hot, even though it was unplugged and turned off. Maybe something happened to the battery? The sound just wouldn't shut the hell up, like a damn fire alarm warning beep. I felt like Phoebe from Friends, but with a much more expensive device. And in a much more strange circumstance, because this noise was rattling inside of my body. It was unlike anything I've ever heard before, and I wish I could describe it better. I can say it didn't sound extraordinarily loud. Potent would be a better word. After about an hour, it gradually started to fade out. I was trying to distract myself on my bed by scrolling through Instagram while waiting for it to stop. My thinking was the battery was drained, so whatever was causing the noise stopped from lack of energy. But I booted the laptop up to test this theory, and it booted fine. There was still 85% battery left. I didn't plug it back in until after starting it up. So yeah, that's it, some kind of demonic laptop experience. Never shared the story with anyone, and I never plan to outside of here. Case file number 927, written by Ollie Outsider. Let there be darkness. I've spoken to about 5 other people about this, and I'm convinced it has to be some kind of warped phenomenon. Maybe there's an actual term for it, but I haven't been able to find it. Have you ever been going about your day, and the sun just kind of blinked? Sometimes I'll be in my room, looking away from the window, and for a millisecond, my whole room goes dark, like something flew in front of the sun. A friend of mine says sometimes he'll walk down the street, and the whole street will go dark for just a moment, a blink and you'll miss it. And it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it feels like the air kinda shifts, like something is different, but I can't quite put a finger on it. Anyways, I feel like maybe it could be some kind of mental phenomenon like déjà vu. I recently spoke to a friend from Australia, let's call him Eric. He mentioned he also has an experience where the sky goes black for him, like all the stars and the moon just kind of disappear for a moment. I've never experienced that, but I thought it was worth noting. I don't think it's a plane flying overhead. Now that I think of it, that doesn't make sense because of the way light diffuses. The sun, an extended light source, very far away, would not produce a complete shadow for a high-altitude aircraft. Most planes fly very high, and especially because I don't live near an airport, a completely dense shadow would not hit the ground. It's not a sufficient explanation. I'm talking dense enough to make everything within at least a mile's radius, by some accounts, look like night. Case file number 928, written by Petra. The Eyes of Truth. This happened about 7 years ago, in 2015. I, a woman, was in the compartment of a Dutch train, together with 7 other unknown train passengers. The automatic interior door of the train, the door that connects one compartment to another, opened. A homeless, handsome-looking man around my age, I used to be 56 at the time, wanted to sell us a newspaper to make some extra money. Nobody was interested, until his eyes lingered on me in a strange way. He got down on his knees and asked me to marry him on the spot. The other train passengers chuckled. I asked this man why he proposed to me. His answer has haunted me for years, and to this day I still have no idea what his answer meant. He told me that I had the same eyes as him. My feelings said at that moment that he meant this symbolically. I told him in a nice way that I already had a boyfriend in my life. He turned and left the train compartment. Sometimes I think of if only I had followed him for more information. Case file number 929, written by No But Stuff, the credit card with a mind of its own. I was working at a pub last Friday. Later on in the evening, it was quieting down. Only I and the other bartender were present. While I was speaking with and dealing with clients, she was doing things like cleaning and stocking. A lady sits at the end of the bar, orders one drink, and asks to pay off her current tab. I hand her check. She hands me her card. I put in her card in the chip reader, the credit card slips print. I hand them to her. I see her put her card back into her wallet, and she thanks me and then signs the slips and gets up to leave. I reciprocate the thanks and pick up the credit card slips from the bar to enter my tip. I return to the computer 30 minutes later to find 2 slips printed out and a card protruding from the chip reader. The lady had already paid for this tab, and because of the way our system works, it is not allowed to cash out the same tab twice. It's impossible. To make sure I wasn't dreaming, I checked my credit card slips, and sure enough, there is a slip where she typed a tip and signed it. The next day, she comes into the bar really confused and says, "I could have sworn I put my card back in my wallet last night, but I can't find it anywhere. So I just wanted to check and see if I left it here by chance." I explained to her that while I did have her card, I absolutely watched her put it back into her wallet, and we both kind of lost it a little for a second, unable to come up with an explanation. Case file number 930, written by Soul Keeper, The Great Jordan Mystery. So basically, I work as a sneaker restorer. In our shop, there's only 2 of us who work here. So there's this Jordan 1 triple white that's really messed up that our customer wants to be customized into Jordan 1 patent bred. The customer pays it in full. I start working on it. I finished customizing the pair by January 8, 3 days ago. It's wonderful work I've done there. I took 4 pictures of it before I put it on a sneaker stand. My coworker and I adored it for a while that same day before we proceeded to work on other sneakers. Just yesterday, as I opened the shop to start a new day of work, I was looking for that custom J1 patent bred I did. I couldn't find it. Then later on, my coworker came in. I asked him and he told me it's on the stand I put it on. Then we went there, and yes, there it was, but not restored. It was a Jordan 1 triple white. My coworker and I were just blown away by this. We both thought the Jordan 1 I customized was stolen. I start saying curse words. Then my coworker picked up the J1 triple white on the stand and we began to check if it was a customer's pair, and yes it was, because it has this particular styled up swoosh, creasing and ripped leather, and a yellowish sole. We both questioned the simple reality of what just happened. I checked the picture on my phone, but there was nothing there. I know I'm not daydreaming because my coworker was there with me all the time. My coworker asked me what I'm going to do now. I said screw this random happening. I'm gonna work even harder. Glitches be damned. Case file number 931, written by No One Here 21. Not even the lock-picking lawyer could pick this glitch. Last week I was sitting at my desk working on a project for a job as a graphic designer. I had been sitting there for hours and was starting to feel a bit restless. I decided to take a quick break and stretch my legs, get some fresh air. I got up from my desk, walked to the door and stepped out into the hallway, then closed the door behind me. As I walked down the hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Sort of a pervasive aura, an atmosphere of anxiety. I turned around and walked back to my office door. I reached out to grab the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. I tried again, but it was like the door was locked. I was confused because I knew I had closed it behind me without locking it. I pulled out my keys and tried to unlock it, but the key wouldn't fit into the lock. I tried the door handle again, but it still wouldn't open. It was like something didn't want me to get back into my office. Just then, one of my colleagues walked by and saw me standing there. I explained the situation to her, trying not to sound nuts, and she tried the door, but it wouldn't open for her either. Naturally, she asked me if I had somehow locked the door behind me. These aren't the type that automatically lock when closed, only the door that opens to the whole office floor does that. We called the building's maintenance worker to check on the issue. He looked at the door and said, "What's the problem, ma'am?" We both tell him that my office door is locked, even though I don't remember having locked it on my way out. I always test the handle to make sure it isn't locked before actually closing it. He attempts to unlock it with the key he has designated for it, but it doesn't open either. The key fit inside, but it wouldn't turn. So he tried the master key, and that one worked. The entire handle had to be removed and switched the following day. It's altogether bizarre. When I got back inside my office, nothing was altered or taken as far as I could tell. Did some force try to keep me out by destroying the internal mechanism of the lock? Whatever it was, it made me feel sick. Case file number 932, written by Low IQ Alert, Quantum Love. My dad and I stopped at a drive-thru on the way home. Moments after, I began to experience increasing levels of wildly unfounded anxiety to the point that it leaves me dizzy and nauseous. They handed us the wrong order, so we will have to wait a short while. I'm sitting there feeling terrible when I suddenly get the urge to call my sister. She had gotten into an automobile accident and was trying to phone us. She was just shaken, whereas some people suffered major injuries. I instructed her to stop talking and move away from the car as much as she could. She didn't understand, but she persisted in attempting to reach some of her friends. There was a huge boom, followed by shouting. She told me what had happened after the whole thing was over. She slammed the gas, drifted, and smacked the bottom of the car on some rocks while trying to impress several girls in the car. She leans that way, which is completely fine. This completely wrecked the engine. Only my sister had minor bruises as a result of the incident. She said that she was in front of the car, just inches from the hood, when I instructed her to move out of the way. This was the first time I'd ever had an experience like it, both before and after. It's just a really strange memory. I can't even recall what I was thinking. I seem to remember it as if I were watching a movie and seeing everything in myself from a different perspective. Case file number 933, written by Grapes and Fear, the prison that glitched my life. I was a prison officer working at a detention facility in a tiny town in Ohio. I arrived at work at 9 p.m. I worked the night shift. When I showed up for work that evening, my boss appeared perplexed and questioned my presence. "I work tonight," I remarked. "But they said that you called in a few hours ago to report being sick," he said. It must have been someone else, feeling a little puzzled. It was a little strange when everyone else arrived for work that evening, but we carried on as usual and assigned everyone their positions for the evening. I reported to work in the control room, my standard post. The control room is located in the middle of the prison and has direct control over everything, including the cameras, doors, and phones. I looked at the message that claimed I called in, after removing the on-duty guard and settling in for the evening. The system noted I had called at 6:50 and explained that I had become ill while out storm cleaning. The previous night, there had been a storm that was quite bad, but not so awful that I had to go outside and clean it up. It was genuinely odd. Around that time, the supervisor took over. We got to chatting about it and how strange it was because he was also a friend of mine outside of work. While he was still seated there, I made the decision to phone my wife at home, telling her about this. I made a call after picking up the phone. A man answered the phone after 2 rings and responded, "Hello?" For a little moment, I was at a loss for words. I double-checked that I had dialed the correct number by looking at the phone, and I had. The person repeated, "Hello?" after a little interval, in the same raspy voice. I said, "Hello? Who is this?" The individual asked, "This is Taylor. Who is this?" Taylor is also my name, which caused my head to spin. I nearly screamed, "Where is Anne?" My thoughts were racing the entire time as I dashed to my car and drove quicker than I was legally permitted to my house. My wife was sitting in front of the TV when I burst through the door. She was surprised to see me there. She responded that nobody had been here when I questioned who was there, and went to call the prison to let them know what was happening after having a very lengthy conversation with my wife, but the phone was dead. When I returned to work, Dave was acting strangely, and he questioned me. "How the heck are you doing this?" He claimed that when he picked up the phone after I left, the caller sounded just like me. He was kind of scared and disconnected the call. He saw my car leave the parking lot a minute later. From my house, I had called back and questioned what the heck was going on. He hung up and told me to quit prank calling, and then I was feeling a little irritated and sick. We returned to work when I persuaded him that I genuinely had no idea what was going on. I later discovered that the storm the previous night had damaged the phone line in my neighborhood. So who had I been talking to? The oddest thing that has ever happened to me, without a doubt. Case file number 934, written by That's For Me 32, John, the multiversal bandit. I was working late one evening at the office. I was the only one left in the building. I work on the 3rd floor and needed to grab something from the 4th floor archive room. I walked up the stairs. I may or may not be deathly afraid of elevators, and as I reached the 4th floor, I saw one of my colleagues, I'll call him John, not his real name, coming out of the archive room. I greeted him and asked him how he was doing. I didn't know he was also going to work late tonight. He said he's fine, burning that midnight oil for a company that doesn't care for him. He's the honest type, without much filter, but he does clean work. He carries on. I go into the archive room and pick up a paper receipt. We still keep those as backup, that I needed for a client. Went back downstairs, passing by John's desk on the way back to mine. Said hi again and asked what it was he had needed from the archive room. He acted like I was touched in the head and said, "Is this for a reaction video? Why are you goofing around? I still have a lot of work to do, can't be bothered with this right now." I was taken aback. John isn't the rude type, he's just really honest. Normally a simple question like that he'd just answer. I said, "Sorry to bother you, John. I was just curious on what you wanted to get is all." John responds, "Well, if you're not kidding, you need to see a shrink because I've been at my desk for the past 5 hours, haven't even gone to the bathroom. Come to think of it, I probably should go pee." John's not the kidding type either. His words were absolute confirmation to me that whatever I had seen was not human, or at least it was something not meant for my eyes to see. Whatever I had spoken to, wait, were we robbed by a look-alike? I don't think anything went missing from the archive room. I never reported this to security because I have enough stress on my plate to deal with and don't need accusations of cuckoo bird thrown on top. I just know there's been no extra security or notice or anything like that since that night. Case file number 935, written by Sign of Libertas, the furry trio of danger. I was out for a walk. It was late, almost midnight. I love late night walks. Seeing the stars and the moon, the crisp air, it's perfect. Town I live in is safe. So as I'm walking down the sidewalk, midtown, but keep in mind this is a small town. There's no alleyways or anything like that. Small shops and small little roads. I come up to a 4-way intersection that's just stop signs, and on my left side, there's a shop's wall near the curb. I see a black cat with white specks on him walk by in front of me. I'm thinking of a silly superstition. Oh no, black cat passes in front of me. Bad luck, right? But maybe it doesn't count because of the white specks. Phew. So a couple seconds after this, I see this cat. Another one that looks identical emerges from behind the corner. I wasn't very far away from the edge of the building, so I could make out the detail on the cat's fur. It looked the same as the first one. Then another cat emerges, the same pattern again. They all look like they were cloned. Same shape, weight, appearance. They meandered down the street, which thankfully no cars were driving on tonight, then disappeared down the road further to my right. I didn't go after them. I was lost in my mind. I've seen stray cats before, of course. Who hasn't? but 3 that look exactly the same move the same way, following each other? I don't know. Maybe this is an extreme coincidence and not a glitch, but it felt wrong. Didn't stay out on my walk for much longer after this. The walks I take at night are always in a loop to get back home. I decided to jog home just to be safe that night. This happened a while ago. I haven't seen those cats again. Case file number 936, written by 1000 Ways to Live. 10 minutes to 3 hours back. I was driving home from work. It takes about 10 minutes. I've made this trip innumerable times. I could do it blindfolded while sleepwalking with one hand glued inside my mouth, just to hone the point home. I was listening to music and thinking about dinner plans. It was my turn to cook tonight. Sushi, perhaps? Maybe not. I'm starving and it takes forever for the rice to cook and then cool down. As I was thinking this thought, I found myself pulling into my driveway. I parked my car and got out, still on brain autopilot. I walked into my house and shouted, "Honey, I'm home!" A funny trope I like reversing because I'm the chick who brings home the bacon and my man takes care of the family. It works for us. My husband rushed to the door before I even sat my purse down, exclaiming, "Where were you?" I told him I had just driven home from work like I usually do. But he looked at me with a mixture of confusion, terror, and a little sprinkle of anger. Then said, "Babe, you've been gone for over 3 hours. I texted you so many times I was about to call the cops." I didn't remember anything out of the ordinary happening during my drive. I hadn't been stuck in traffic, hadn't taken any detours, and I hadn't stopped for anything. As far as I was concerned, I had just been driving for the usual 10 minutes. Hell, if anything, it felt like a slightly faster trip home than usual. I checked my phone and it was indeed 3 hours later than when I had left work. It's past 7 now. I didn't have any messages or calls on my phone. You know the truly most disturbing, mind-ducking part of this? I just got out of my car and walked inside. My eyes still worked, but the memory I have of literally a minute ago was of a normal winter horizon at a bit past 4 p.m. Still plenty bright out. When I look out, it's pitch black. Was I possessed or something? I had nothing I could say to my husband to reassure him because I don't know what happened at all. I hope I can convince him because I don't want him to think I'm cheating. What the hell? Case file number 937, written by Turtle Bubbles. Poseidon, Lord of the Ocean and Rings. 2 summers ago, my family and I went on a cruise for our summer vacation. It was a great experience. Went snorkeling, and just had an awesome bonding time together. I'm the youngest of 3 siblings, 19 now. During one of the snorkeling trips, my father had lost his wedding ring in the ocean. He didn't think it would come off. I remember seeing how devastated he was over it. That wedding ring was not just a symbol of marriage, but also a sentimental piece that had been passed down to my mom by her mom, my grandmother. It's very distinct. The center stone was a large diamond, not sure how big exactly, but it's gorgeous, and had tiny rubies encrusted in the sides. Never seen one like it before. We searched the area where he thought he lost the ring, but it was nowhere to be found, and it was too dangerous to dive deep anyways. There was no way to get it, even if we could find it. We all had to accept that it was lost forever in the ocean. That severely sullied the rest of the trip, but we did the best we could. I remember my mom consoling my dad, making sure he knew she didn't blame him. They're still together, by the way. I'm so lucky to have them as my parents. They're amazing. Fast forward to today. I was in the living room when I heard my dad shout from upstairs, "Honey, babe, Snooky butt, where are you? I found the ring!" I heard him say this, but didn't really understand what he was talking about. In my mind, that wedding ring might as well be on the moon, and I know my dad didn't lose the replacement they eventually bought together. It was nice, but nothing compared to the antique that was in Poseidon's grasp now, so there was no ring lost to be found in my mind. Still, I was interested to know what he was on about, so I skipped upstairs. There, in my parents' ensuite bathroom, my dad was holding the antique diamond-centered ruby-encrusted wedding ring from my grandma. They weren't talking, just staring at it like the beginnings of modern Lord of the Rings, and now I was too. What the fricking ducking bubbles? Frick? That's about as accurate a recreation of the words that came out of my mouth at the time, and still all I can say, all any of us can say about this. It's a damn miracle. That's all there is to it. Because the only reasonable explanation is that someone scuba dived hundreds of feet below the ocean, found a beautiful antique ring, tracked down its owner, us, somehow, broke in, and left it in my parents' bathroom sink. Nah, no freaking way. Either it's an act of God or angels, or we've all gone mad. No matter the answer, we're all happy as beavers now. Case file number 938, written by DunBB2, Cupid, the Lord of Love, and Lingerie. I was at the mall the other day, shopping for some new lingerie. As I was walking through the store, I noticed a couple browsing the racks nearby. They were both around my age and seemed happy and content together. You know, the standard lovey-dovey type. More PDA than I like, but hey, more power to them. I couldn't help but overhear their conversation as they were discussing what to buy and looking at clothes. I was too engrossed in their conversation, to be honest. I was the creep of their story. Hopefully my cuteness overwhelmed the weird factor. I really needed to use the bathroom, so I pulled myself away for that. When I came back, I looked for the couple again, but the boyfriend was gone. I didn't think much of it. I assumed he had probably gone to the bathroom too, or another store. But when I walked closer to the woman, I noticed that she was acting as if he never existed. She was alone, and no one was with her. None of my business really, I know, but I asked the woman if everything was okay, and she looked at me confused. I said, "Okay, don't hate me, but I was listening in to your conversation earlier, with your boyfriend, I assume." She said she'd been here alone the whole time and had no idea what I was talking about. The way she said it, I just knew she wasn't trying to lie to me or kid around or anything like that. So I apologized to her and went to the register to check out. I found a very cute set of underwear with stripes and hearts matching. I asked the lady at the register, because I'm just too damn curious and nosy, if she had noticed the girl over by the, Women's Electric Wonderland section, if she had come in with a man. The girl gave me the side eye and said she wasn't paying attention to that. I can take a hint. I'm too much, aren't I? But it just feels so odd. I know she was with a man. They were talking with each other for at least 5 minutes, and there were no male employees in the store. Not the type of conversation to have with one anyways. Bonus file, written by This Is The Way 42, Haunted House Jitters, all in white. In my hometown, there's a house that's famous for being haunted. It is an old Victorian house that has been abandoned for many years, but it's technically not illegal to go into, or at least no one has been caught or charged with trespassing. Locals have all kinds of stories about the place. A lot of people will camp outside near it for the thrill, and usually hear weird noises coming from inside, usually in the kitchen area, which you can see from the road. One summer, my friends and I decided to check out the house ourselves. Our parents always forbade us to go there, so naturally, as rebellious dumb teenagers, that made us absolutely have to go. Oh, to be a dumb kid again. We had to see if the stories were true for ourselves. We went in the middle of the night and started exploring. We didn't even drive yet, so we took our bikes. It seemed normal at first, but just as we were about to leave, we heard voices from upstairs. We had already explored there. At least, we were pretty sure they were voices. To be honest, we still didn't really believe anything supernatural was going on, even up to this point of hearing something upstairs. We walked, very cautiously, to the second floor, and when we reached the top of the stairs, we saw a figure standing at the end of the corridor. It was a woman in a long white dress. We were just truly petrified. Did one of our friends from school beat us here just to scare us? We had told our squad about it, but didn't say we were going tonight. Hell, we didn't even know until we summoned up the courage to. After speaking, the figure disappeared. Not in front of us. She walked into the room to her right. We instantly ran out of the house. I even tripped on the bottom step and bit my lip somehow from the fall. When we got outside, we looked back at the home expecting to see the girl looking out from the window. The room she went into was facing the road. But we didn't see anything. We weren't waiting around, that's for sure. Case file number 939, written by Simple Husky 1, the Lord of Storms and Glitches. I was on a drive up north, alone, exploring the country. I try to take at least 2 trips a year. You never know what you'll see when you get out there and really look. It was a beautiful day. The sky was a clear, pristine blue. I had been on the road for a few hours when suddenly a violent storm rolled out of nowhere. The sky turned dark and the wind was so strong that it was difficult to keep my car on the road. I've been in plenty of storms before, but this one came on so quickly, within a few minutes of seeing dark clouds on the horizon. It was too dangerous to keep driving, so I decided to pull off the road and wait for the storm to pass. I found a small rest area and parked my car. I waited inside for the storm to pass, watching as the rain and hail battered against my windshield. I'm surprised it held together so well. A few dents in the side panel and the driver's side door, that's all. They make car glass pretty damn tough. The storm lasted for about an hour, and when it finally passed, I continued on my way. When I got to my hotel later that night, I looked up the AccuWeather app and wanted to see what they were saying about the storm I had just passed through. Just a couple hours ago by this point, but they had reported no such storm. I checked on my laptop, Googled it, tried multiple weather sites. None of them had reported a storm at all in the area I'd passed through. It wasn't very late. I try never to drive at night because I can't handle the absurdly bright headlights that all cars seem to have now. Gives me headaches. I went back outside to my car to check to see if the couple dents on the side panel and hood were still there. They were. So what's going on here? My mind and my car is evidence of the storm, but I can't find any info on it anywhere. Creepy file number 75, written by Anonymous, the Summer Camp of Terror. One summer, I was working as a camp counselor at a remote summer camp deep in the Adirondack woods. It was my first year working at the camp, and I was excited to spend the summer in nature and help guide the children through different activities. To be honest, I was surprised I snagged up the job. I'm not exactly Bear Grylls. First few weeks went by smoothly. The children were having a great time. My camp coworkers were not bothered by my inexperience. Turnover rate is high, so it's expected. But as the weeks went by, there were a few odd things. I would often hear noises at night, like footsteps outside my cabin, even though I knew that everyone else was asleep. Also, things would randomly go missing. Since it was part of my job to ensure that the kids were safe and actually sleeping, I'd do the rounds once at midnight before hitting the hay myself. These noises made me feel unsafe. They were not animal sounds, but I never saw anyone out of place. Until one night, I was sitting outside my cabin, enjoying the peace and quiet of the woods, except for the mating call of the katydids, when I saw 2 people moving in the distance, clouded in shadows as the moon was barely out. I assumed it was one of my other counselors taking a late-night stroll with Mandy, one of the few female camp workers. But as I got a better look, I saw that it wasn't my coworkers at all. There was a man. He was tall and lanky, at least 6 foot, wearing torn jeans and a shirt 3 sizes too big for him, and exuded a creepy-as-frick vibe. Besides him was a woman, small as a squirrel. She looked emaciated and lost, is the best I can say. They bolted from the tree line towards me. As they reached the cabin porch, they just stood there, looking down at me. The man bent slightly at the knees, but being so tall, he still towered over me sitting in my rocking chair. The woman a few feet away, in front, but not on the porch. Every thought in my brain said, "What the frick are you doing, Becky? Freaking run now or scream or do something." But I couldn't move. I guess I know myself a bit better since this happened. That whole fight or flight thing, there's also paralyzed. The man spoke in barely comprehensible gibberish at a syllable rate that broke the speed of sound and made Eminem cry. It didn't help that my body was flush with adrenaline. Still, to this day, I can't tell you what he said. All I know is that as he was talking, my legs finally decided to work. I never ran so fast towards the adjacent cabin. To my surprise, the man didn't chase me. The tiny woman did. She was fast and had a look of feralness, if that's even a word. But I made it to the cabin next to mine, which is where the camp leader slept, and did some other administrative work. It was locked, but my voice was back. I was screaming at the top of my lungs the whole sprint and banging on the door. I think they got scared as soon as they saw the lights in the cabin turn on. No idea how close the woman got to me because I never looked back. I told everyone everything and no one was surprised. A few coworkers said they thought they had seen people creeping nearby the camp. And keep in mind, there are a few defenses for the camp because so many kids are here. No actual security guards, but there is a perimeter fence that's supposed to have camera coverage. But it's a massive camp, so gaps I'm sure exist. I've had to train my brain to feel safe again, to allow itself to feel safe again. It doesn't want to listen. I always carry pepper spray with me now. Better safe than sorry, right? Case file number 940, written by K. Hammer. The Instantaneous Road Trip. Several years ago, I attended a concert in Cincinnati, Ohio with two friends. We are from southern Indiana, so we drove from where we lived, through Kentucky, into Ohio on our route. After the concert, we loaded up to make the trip home. I rode in the back seat while Liz drove and Victoria sat in the front passenger side. The concert ended around midnight, and the drive home took about 3.5 hours. Sometime before we even made it out of Ohio, I fell asleep in the back seat. Next thing I remember is waking up in Liz's back seat and looking around to kind of get my bearings. I immediately noticed that we were on a gravel road. There weren't any gravel roads anywhere on our route, so I asked, "Hey guys, where are we?" To which they both replied, "I don't know, I just woke up." Needless to say, upon hearing this, we both asked Liz again. She said she had no idea where we were. She had no memory of driving or falling asleep. She just knows that all of a sudden, she was awake and we were here. Mind you, she is still driving. We had no idea what state we were even in at this point. And of course, it's then we noticed the gas gauge is very, very low. After driving aimlessly for several minutes, we saw a small green sign that welcomed us to the town of Johnson. At first, it didn't click. Then I remembered there was a tiny town by that name about 15 to 20 miles from the town I lived in. Then I noticed a radio tower in the distance to our right. I said that if we were in the town Johnson, the one that was near my hometown, that means the major highway we needed was where that radio tower is. We needed to head in that direction. Well, thank God I was right, because about 20 minutes later we rolled into a gas station just in time. Somehow we had made the entire 3.5-hour drive across 3 states, then drove 20 miles past our exit off the interstate, and exited God knows where to have ended up on the middle of nowhere on a gravel road. The area we were in when we all came to was not a direct route off the interstate. Several turns had to be made to get there. Liz swears to this day she has no memory of what happened, and I believe her simply because of the look of absolute disbelief on her face that night is permanently burned into my memory. We just don't know. Case file number 941, written by Anonymous. An onslaught of key glitches. My husband and I lived in Salt Lake City, Utah, when this happened. We were traveling to Price, Utah, to his aunt's house to pick up his truck. While we are driving, we realized we can't find the truck keys. I was in my early 20s and being a dumb butt, so I had grabbed a 24-ounce can of beer while we were getting gas. I grabbed a cup for fountain drinks and poured my beer into it. We had said a prayer to help us find the truck key, and as I'm talking to him and drinking, I look down and in my cup of beer is the truck key. I have no idea how that could happen. I remember reaching in and the feeling of beer around my hand as I reached in to grab it. We were both dumbfounded. Still is everything I think about. Another glitch, probably 2 or 3 years later. I'm staying with my mom and she let my friend and I use her car because it was better on gas than my pickup. Anyway, when we get back, I put the keys in my purse and go to lock the doors, but upon realizing one of the windows was down, I go to turn the car back on so I can roll it up, but I can't find my keys anywhere. My friend is searching, I'm searching, and I dump my purse out multiple times with no keys. I go get my mom, who is pissed now because she doesn't want her car sitting out there with windows down. We search the car, search each other, no keys. Finally, after much frustration, we just give up. The next morning, my mom is still upset about the keys and I don't know why, but it just felt like a reset. Like I can't explain it, but I either reached into my purse or dumped it out. And there they were, the keys, right where I remembered putting them and searching yesterday, multiple times. My mom looked relieved but skeptical, and I was just again dumbfounded. I only now realize I had two bizarre stories pertaining to keys. Interesting, isn't it? Case file number 942, written by Popped Light. Glitch on the Cob. I live alone, so the house was quiet and empty. I decided to make myself something to eat, so I walked into the kitchen to check what I had in the fridge. Not much, had some salami though. I rarely keep that much around, it's a bad habit, I know. But my New Year's resolution was to eat cleaner. I tried to be realistic about it too, not lose 100 pounds in a couple months, no. Instead, to stop Uber eating every single night out. As I opened the door, there was a large bag of corn sitting on the top of the shelves. I was very confused. Actually, confused isn't even strong enough of a word. I had never bought corn before in my entire life. Literally never. And I mean not even canned corn. I've eaten it before in a few restaurants and growing up at home with my mom, but never bought and cooked it myself. I thought maybe I had somehow accidentally picked it up at a grocery store, but I just knew I hadn't. This is corn on the cob, raw, leaves and everything still protruding on it. Obviously, no one broke into my apartment on the 8th floor of a 20-floor building to store their illicit stash of corn here, right? So how do I find corn in my fridge? Did I sleepwalk to the store and buy corn and bring it back here last night? There's no charge on my card and I don't use cash. I got nothing. But something tells me I should not eat this corn. Maybe I'd transform into something inhuman if I did. Case file number 943, written by The Last Avatar 2, Ellie, the Master Enchantress. I return home from work at around 10 p.m. I work at a restaurant, line cook, although I do actual cooking too during rush hour. Always working overtime. Got home, thirsty, so I got a cup of cold water from the fridge, then went upstairs to take a shower. All the lights were off, by the way. I live with my girlfriend, no kids or pets. Our master bedroom is upstairs, 2-floor home. Downstairs to the left of the entrance is the living room, with a couch pushed up to the far end of the wall, which is extended further back from the entrance, so you can't see the couch when you initially enter the home, unless you go looking for it across the side. Now, as I'm heading back from the kitchen, I see my girlfriend, Ellie, in the dark, browsing through her phone while sitting on the couch. I thought it was odd. Bad for her eyes to be on the phone, especially with the light so bright off of it. She didn't say a single word as I came in. She must be upstairs, I was thinking as I walked towards the kitchen for that cup of water a few minutes ago. After seeing her on the couch, I said, honey, are you okay? Why are you just sitting there in the pitch black? She looks up and responds, I'm just bored out of my mind and getting tired. I'll be up in a minute, babe, it's okay. She seemed sad, but insisted she was okay. So I went upstairs and took a very needed shower. If humans have an aura, mine was currently stink. After I finish up my shower, I put on some PJs and get ready for bed. I had already eaten at work, just a burger, and was so mentally drained there was nothing else I wanted to do but hit the hay and dream away the day's problems. Our bathroom is directly connected to our bedroom. I didn't want to take very long there since my girlfriend looked to be tired. My impression was that she'd be conked out by the time I was done with my shower. I head into the bedroom, but my girlfriend isn't in bed. She's still not upstairs. I call out to her from the railing of the top step, but get no response. Really weird. At this point I start to get chills, and not from being a little damp from the shower. The air felt wrong. I was in two minds at this point. I didn't want to go downstairs, like at all. Not even a little bit. But I knew I had to. What if my mind was playing tricks on me, or my girlfriend was hurt? I pushed through what I thought had to be totally irrational fear and went downstairs. I turned all the lights on and looked everywhere for my girlfriend. She wasn't there at all, not anywhere in our home. At this point, my mind is racing and thinking all kinds of weird thoughts like, did she just decide to leave me? She must be hurt somewhere. All I could do was call her phone, and she picked up after only 3 rings. This is what makes no goddamn sense. She wasn't here at all, never was. Her mother, who lives in the same suburb area as us, about 15 minutes away, wasn't feeling very well, lightheaded, cold. As soon as she got the call from her, she tore rubber over there and had been there since, over 3 hours by this point. It was about 10:40 now. Is my girlfriend just lying? Cheating on me? But that doesn't add up either, because I saw her on the couch, on her phone. And I know my, hopefully, future mother-in-law has been having some health problems, so that's true. She has a weak heart, they say. I just need to sit down. Now I'm the one who feels sick. Case file number 944, written by Nachos Inferno XX. The Orb of Purity. Hey there, I am female 23. I was taking a walk in my secure neighborhood. It was night, but I have a leashed pit bull with me always, my jacked Hulky, and gentle, shh, don't tell anyone, guardian, Max. Clear sky, stars had a little twinkle. As I was walking, I saw a blue shimmer in the distance. Remember, this is a proper residential neighborhood, and gated too. At first, I thought it was a streetlight that had a bad bulb, or maybe was switched for one of those terrible white LEDs. But as I got closer, I could see it was a floating ball or orb. It had a blue hue, slightly white towards the middle. The ball of light was about the size of a baseball, I think. It wasn't getting very close to it, almost a street length away. It seemed to be moving at a steady but very slow pace. Even from this far away, I could hear a humming noise, buzzing sound. I don't know if my mind was just fascinated by what I was seeing, or there was something supernatural going on with it, but I just couldn't look away. Does anyone else get that feeling when you look into a candle flame or a campfire? It's similar to that, you just have to keep staring. Also, I'd bet it was raising the temperature of the air by a few degrees at least. I had been rather cool a few minutes ago, and now I could take my coat off and still be relatively comfortable. Max wasn't reacting much to this orb thing. He clearly did see it, but wasn't trying to pull ahead to get to it or bark. He is a good boy, but I don't think he understood what he was seeing was extraordinary. Eventually, the ball stopped moving when it reached a patch of grass, not in someone's yard, but on the side of the street. It hovered there for a few minutes and then slowly dissipated, shrinking and emitting less light, heat, and noise. Then it was gone. After it faded away, I took a chance to approach where it had been. I didn't see any evidence it had ever been there. I thought there'd be scorch marks on the grass patch at least, but it all looked completely normal. That was the end to a strange night. But when I got home, I was too curious. I googled blue orb encounters, and there are tons of stories about this. People call it ball lightning, but there are others that think it's charged spiritual energy. I have no clue myself, but it was really cool to see. It felt good. Anyone else experience this spiritual ball lightning? It's file number 945, written by Unlimited Power 2331. Glitch of free energy. My wife and I came home from work yesterday. We both work in the same office building, but we have the same schedule, which is neat. She was getting ready to whip up dinner, but as she went to preheat the oven, it wouldn't turn on. We thought maybe the breaker had popped or the oven somehow was unplugged. We pulled it out from the counter to check the plug first. As we were pulling it out, we noticed that the plug was tiny. We bought this ourselves and installed it when we moved in here nearly 3 years ago. Somehow, the oven had a 120-volt male plug instead of the usual 240-volt that all ovens I've ever seen have. There's no way the plug had always been this dinky little 120 back when we installed it. And the oven has always cooked perfectly. It didn't take forever to preheat the oven. It cooked at proper temperatures, not induction, but still heats up water in a few minutes to boil, sears a perfect steak, etc. And trust me, if it couldn't sear a steak, we'd have returned it on my shoulders. This is fully electric too, not gas. To my knowledge, there's no way an electric oven could run properly on 120 volts. There's just not enough energy, flat out. Maybe the oven and range would turn on, but they'd be weak as hell. We googled the model of the oven and confirmed that it was supposed to be a 240 volt connection. How have we been cooking perfect stir-fry, steaks, lasagnas, pizzas, etc. all these years on 120? And why did our oven even have a 120 volt cord? We tried contacting the company, LG, but every agent we spoke to thought we were either crazy or trying to scam them. Case file number 946, written by Winter and Summer. The glitch that was hurled twice. I came home one evening and my cat greeted me at the door, as is typical. I went to the kitchen to make myself something to eat, a quick snack before the main course dinner that was on the way, Chinese. I sat down at the kitchen counter bar area. My cat hopped up and barfed in front of me. Ugh. Sorry to be descriptive, but it was a small pile of vomit, mostly green, impossible to miss or confuse for anything else. I cleaned up the vomit and my cat scurried off upstairs before I could examine her. She rarely pukes. Furball sometimes, but even that is rare. She's Burmese, short hair. I had already finished making the sandwich, but let's just say my appetite for snacking was a little diffused, thanks to little Luna's biological expulsion. What's weird about this? Nothing really, until I see Luna downstairs even though I saw her scurry upstairs and didn't see or hear her come back down, hop back up on the kitchen bar area, and puke again. The puddle looked identical to the last one that I already had cleaned up. And yes, the paper towels I used to clean up the first mess were still in the garbage can. This is a very gross glitch, but that's all I can attribute it towards. Luna virtually never pukes. To do it twice in the same way, the same area, in the same quantity, it's not normal. I had fed her the same thing I always do. She eats exclusively wet, luxurious food. The past 2 months, I've had her on Purina Pro Plan, adult tuna. She devours it. Bonus file, written by Do Something 21. The Mystery of the Nordic Pretzel Man. I was walking home at night through a path carved in the forest. I live in Finland, and to say there's forests everywhere is underselling it. A long walk over 5 kilometers, about 3 miles for my American friends. One note here. The forested path is lit up with little lampposts throughout the trail. It's kinda gorgeous at night. This does make it hard to see outside of the bubbles of light cast by the lampposts. As I turned for the final leg through the trail, maybe 2 kilometers left, I saw something that froze the core of my soul, and it's still icy even now, days later. There was the figure of a man suspended in a tree on a large branch. Initially, I thought I was hallucinating, almost looked like a bat. He was extremely thin, motionless, in a contorted, pretzelized version of himself. Arms, legs, pulled together, twisted. I can only think of every single bone in his limbs as broken. Actually, the first thing that crossed my mind was a bit more comical. The spell Gilderoy Lockhart used to remove Harry's bones after the Quidditch match. Brachiomimendo! This funny thought was robbed of me very quickly. The man was dressed in dark clothes, but as cold as it was, I couldn't make out any features. He had a hood draped far over his face, with a full winter face mask beneath it. You know, people like to think about what they do when faced with extreme situations. I know I always wondered, if someone robbed a bank, I'd be the hero. I don't know about that anymore. This was an extreme situation, and to be fair, what the hell was I supposed to do when I see a man almost compressed into a pretzel ball dangling from a tree branch? There was no heroic action or thought to my running away moments later. I'm hardly a sprinter, but that night I ran so fast I couldn't feel my legs. I'm never going to walk that path again unless I have friends with me. And no, there was no report of this anywhere in the news, not that I've seen so far. Was this a haunting, or was this some creepy serial killer? Case file number 947, written by, customized by Love. Sammy, the Mistress of Electricity. Hi, my name's Samantha. People just call me Sammy, even when I was a little lassie in high school. I'm 25 now. Just to describe myself a little bit, I've always been a curious little girl, the type who's always eager to explore the fine points about systems and learn every detail there is to know about it. In high school, I was a class know-it-all, but I was cute enough to get away with it without being hated. Everyone thought I'd become a lawyer. The glitch happened to me when I was walking home from the library last week. I was fairly deep in my own thoughts, thinking about the birthday cake I was baking for my best friend, Chocolate, and my poor attempt at online dating, which is not going well for me. I'll spare you all the details on that. In this deep thought, I hardly noticed that the streetlights were flickering on and off in sync with my own thoughts. It became more evident as I stopped walking and concentrated on looking at the streetlights. They stopped flickering, mostly, still a little bit. Then I'd start to walk again and jump back into my own mind. Then they'd start to flicker again more strongly. It was somewhat subtle, probably because there was still light out. In my little town in Ontario, the streetlights always come on at least an hour before it's dark. I don't know why. A tinge of excitement rushed through me, alongside the feelings of confusion. I paused and sat down, legs crossed on the cold pavement. I thought, well, that's exactly the point. If I had any notable thoughts in my head, I'd see those lights flicker every time. I had to be nearly in complete Zen meditation for them to stop. My mind was controlling my body in a way to affect the lights? Electronics? Was I turning into a female Magneto? It all stopped after a few minutes. I can't do this anymore since last week, and I'm wondering if I imagined myself doing it. I've always wanted superpowers growing up, so maybe my mind was giving me an illusion of control? I've since Googled this, and there are some people who mention this happening to them, but most people seem to think it involves spiritual mumbo-jumbo, which I don't really believe in. Maybe I'm wrong. Case file number 948, written by Advertise This Butt, The Genius Ghost. I've been a fan of puzzles for as long as I can remember. And one of my favorite challenges has always been the Rubik's Cube, even as a kid growing up. I've been trying to solve it for years, but no matter how much time I put into it, it never clicks. I even tried looking up guides and tutorials online, but eventually decided against using them. It felt like cheating. I'm 25 now and back home from work. This is on January 9th. I was done with this. I told my own brain to buck up for a night of hardcore solving. I picked it up and started to twist and turn the sides. Most I ever got was 2 layers completed. But it was just like every other time. I couldn't seem to get the hang of the last layer. But this time, I wasn't going to give up, no matter how frustrated I became. After a few hours of not entirely understanding the mechanism, but having an intuitive feeling of how the pieces would move and end up where I wanted them to, I was back to 2 layers solved. But the last top layer always got me. The geometry in my mind, it's hard to place, and if I rotated it slowly without marking down the pattern I took, I'd end up lost and have to restart from scratch. So frustrating. I thought now was a good time to take a break, to decompress, go pee, shower, get a snack, cola, then come back stronger than ever. So I did all of that and returned to a Rubik's Cube that was 100% solved. There are no chances involved here. Imagine you pour out a puzzle piece set on the table, solve 60% of it, take a break, come back, and is there a full picture assembled? This is even more crazy and unreal. I swear to God I never solved this. There's no one else in my apartment unless I have genius ghosts around. It's not as if I suddenly have the ability to solve it either. Nope, not even close. I feel dumber if anything. Probably just tired. Case file number 949, written by Dismissed91, The Day That Fully Repeats. I've always felt like something was off about my life. It's been difficult to put a finger on it, and without wanting to become a living bromide, the best I can describe it is feeling like Neo in the Matrix. You know that dredge we all face? Well, most of us, besides the lucky few who love their job. I'll wake up for the slog at 6 a.m., get terrible home-brewed coffee. My own fault, I know. I need to get a coffee grinder and fresh whole beans, then make my way to my job in downtown Philly. I work in a gray little office building that doesn't accomplish much in the world. My job, the official title, is staff accountant. Official duties include completing monthly journal entries and logs, account reconciliations, and closing out of general ledger accounts for monthly financial statements and year-end audit packets for multiple entities. Sounds complicated, but it's unbelievably boring. But I feel stuck here. Again, I know it's all my own damn fault. I keep a diary to write in, journal my days. They're all the same, virtually identical. Pick a random weekday of the year and the events of that day would almost certainly be in the same order as the prior day, even most of the conversations I have with my coworkers. I feel like I'm stuck in a time loop of my own creation, metaphorically speaking. Until this past week, where it's no longer an allegory to describe a dreadful existence. My life reminds me of that Friends episode where Phoebe is talking to the depressed George. I don't remember if that was his name in the episode, but it's the actor who plays George in Seinfeld. Well, I was at work, reliving the same thing as usual. The only positive note I can add to this is work isn't stressful. But anyways, so I work, go home, sleep, wake up, and come back. And the prior day repeats. Exactly. No, but I mean exactly. The same data reports, the same exact calculations and results, the same boring water cooler banter from John and Jane, not their actual names. Wish I could explain what I experienced. My day-to-day life is so similar I almost discounted this away entirely, but no, that would be incorrect. Yes, the sameness of each day is unpleasant, but it doesn't approach a perfect one-to-one recreation. Yesterday was Tuesday and today is Wednesday. So time appears to be flowing just fine, at least as my memory is recalling it. And for those worried, I'm not on the verge of shutting down the game. No, my life sucks now, but I'm taking steps to improve it. I'm seeing a therapist, which is helping a lot. I always discounted it as hippie nonsense, but that's not the case. Case file number 950, written by Oceanic BB2. Her entire life was downloaded into my brain. Here goes nothing. I never thought I'd share a story like this. I studied physics and philosophy in college, and now I'm a teacher of applied sciences at a modest but respected university. I'm trying to keep this mostly anonymous, so it doesn't reflect back on me or any of my students and faculty. The crazy, nutty professor and all that imagery as you can imagine. On my afternoon lunch breaks, I like to sit in the courtyard park area on campus. It's peaceful. There are hundreds of types of flowers here, large trees, and an active fountain that provides for some soothing white noise. Deep breaths, in and out, clearing my mind of worries and concerns. A daily ritual of sorts. What happened next, it defies rationality as I know it. I open my eyes from my relaxation technique, the one I do every day, and the world around me appeared as a grid, with different layers stacked on top of each other and behind, in all directions. I could see people and objects on one layer, and then another layer behind it, and another behind that. I could see patterns and connections between them. It wasn't a flat grid, it was in full 3D, akin to someone editing into reality a CGI rendering of space-time itself onto my perspective of the real world. I try to be a reasonable person. I wouldn't call myself a scientist, even though I do my best to teach the fundamental principles of the scientific method and how to apply it in the real world. The problem with this grid is it's isolated to my own mind. How can I know what I'm seeing is real? I'm still calm at this point, but trying to analyze what I was witnessing. Why I was. A conjuring of my mind? A cohesive error in my synapses? There's plenty of ways to fool the mind and or the signals from light entering into one's eyes. Optical illusions are powerful tools, but this was no illusion. I knew that much. But I also knew I had no way to fully apply the breadth of the scientific method in this case. What I was seeing could be contained to my own mind, not a reflection of reality, but my randomly spawned insanity. But then something happened, something that could not be manifested by my brain alone. Someone was walking by in front of me, and their path coincided with the edge of one of the grid patterns. I was observing her moving towards it, silently. As this girl crossed through it, her entire life story flashed before my eyes. It was closer to reading a comic book by flipping through the pages with your thumb at lightning speed, but there were some pages that remained more etched into my mind. After this glimpse into her entire life history, whatever grid or what you want to call it was gone, or at least I couldn't see it anymore. Physically, mentally, I felt perfectly fine. No headaches or nausea, I didn't feel sick or dizzy. But I knew, to confirm what just happened in objective reality, I had to approach the girl whose life I presumably saw flash before my eyes. I stood up slowly and walked at a quick pace to catch up. This entire event happened within the span of a minute at most, from seeing the grid to this person intersecting it, to the life flash comic book, to now. I politely said to her, as I caught up to this pleasant-looking girl, per the life flashes and her appearance, I'm quite certain she's a student on campus, but not part of my class. "Excuse me, miss. I hate to disturb you." She had AirPods in her ears. "But I just had to ask you really quickly. I'm part of the staff in school and I needed to confirm one small detail for administration policy. Your hometown was in X, correct?" She was taken aback but simply said yes, at which point I thanked her and took off walking to the teacher's lounge. I tried to cool off there for a while. Next class was in 2 hours. The memories were forming in my mind a bit clearer as the minutes passed by. Enough to know that her hometown was what my gut had told me to ask her. It wasn't just a lucky guess, I know this girl now. Her friends call her Belle. She was very cute, an elegant kind of beauty. And I had her entire life downloaded into my brain. Case file number 951, written by Eastern Tornadoes, The Feline Angels. The town I live in, a small town that's nestled in the Appalachian Mountains that has a feline oddity about it. I love telling the story. The town has a large population of cats, and it was not uncommon to see them roaming around the streets. In fact, it was more abnormal to go for a walk and not see these stray cats patrolling the neighborhood. Paw Patrol, Kitty Edition. So here's what's so cool about these cats. They have the ability to sense when someone is feeling ill or in distress, and they would come to the person's aid, just emotional support. But they'd also be able to alert others passing by. The cats will sit there with the injured man or woman, purring and providing comfort until the person feels better or help arrives. They seem to have an innate understanding of when they were needed and would show up at the right time. It's incredible to see it happen. I remember this one case where a young Asian girl, Janine, had been playing outside when she fell and broke her leg. Well, it was a fracture, but she couldn't walk on it. She was in a lot of pain and was crying for help when a cat appeared off the side of the edge of the school building, school playground after hours. The cat walked over to her, jumped onto her lap, and started to purr. She felt an immediate sense of calm and her pain started to go away, as she later told the EMTs. She even said the cat mesmerized her. They're known as the healing cats, and it's developing into an actual field of research. How some pets, and especially cats, can detect when people are sick before they even know it, or before doctors can detect it with basic checkups. As far as healing goes, I'm not sure if I buy that exactly. Maybe a kind of placebo effect? The cats soothe people enough to make them think they're getting better, and sometimes this enables the body to heal itself. Or maybe there really are healing properties from these feline angels, and this is a glitch in the Matrix. Case file number 952, written by Rage 44. The simulation is a master carpenter. I still live with my family. I'm in my 20s. Hey, it's okay, I still work. My parents want to give me an edge, especially in these hard times. Anyway, it's just me, mom, dad, and my brother in this house. A few days ago, we noticed the front door was damaged. A large crack running down the middle of it. It splintered off on some of the sides. Actually, it looks similar to a bolt of lightning streaking down the side, finding the path of least resistance. Weak and old as F wood. My dad likes to fix things in his spare time as a hobby. Usually little things like radios or telescopes. He's handy, so we didn't call anyone to come and look at the damages. My dad was going to repair it himself over the weekend instead, when he had time off of work. He told us it's an easy enough job, just need some baking soda, cyanoacrylates or CA glue, and elbow grease, then paint back over it. His dad taught him that trick. He was a carpenter. It's pretty cool how my dad has all this general knowledge. Saturday morning turns around and my dad heads to Home Depot to get supplies, then returns home, only to find the crack in the door gone, completely fixed up, no evidence it ever existed. To be fair though, if properly repaired, you won't be able to tell at all that there ever was a crack there, not even by touching it. So my dad thought I fixed it, came into my room and told me he appreciated my initiative, but that next time I should tell him because he wasted a trip and money on supplies on his day off. I said, "Dad, what are you on about? Fix what?" Of course, I didn't fix jack squat, so I had no idea what he was going on about at this moment. He said, "No need to pretend, son, I'm not mad. No, I really do appreciate it. Just next time, tell me." He gave me $5 after that and left me with another Elden Ring grinding session, which I still can't beat. Go F yourself, Millennia, Blade of Mikula. No, but really, I don't know what happened. I didn't fix anything. Case file number 953. Written by Tinker Tenor Flux. The Red Barn. We're a couple, 22 female and 24 female, who live in a suburb of Chicago. To get to work is roughly a 50-minute commute one way, and on the route we take, we always drive past an old, dilapidated barn. I drive, my girlfriend does not. We carpool since we work in the same shop. This barn was located on a rural road, surrounded by fields and pastures. It's been here since as long as we've driven the route. A few months by now. It sticks out like a sore thumb, literally. It's bright red. Then we started realizing, on one of our trips, both of us simultaneously, that the barn was gone. Not demolished with clear traces that the barn had been there, like a large imprint on the land where no grass grew, compressed dirt, machinery to remove the scraps, etc. There were no signs of any kind of construction or demolition work in the vicinity of this farmland. We both looked at each other in the car. I just glanced at her. Don't worry, I'm a decent driver and no one was on this small road at the time. I pull off on the shoulder of the road, put the car in park, look over to me, her full name is Mila, and exclaim with tremendous enthusiasm, "I know you're thinking exactly what I'm thinking, me, so I'll just say it. Where the F is the barn?" Me was looking at me, both eyebrows raised and looking like she wanted to say something profound, but all she said is, "I have no clue." We both agreed to get out and go look. The property was fenced off, those little wooden fence things. We didn't trespass, but just tried to get a better vantage point. Yeah, nothing to see. No animals around right now. No barn, just flat nothing. We were absolutely certain this was the same road we always take to work, and as we went back to the car and kept driving, there was no barn that looked like the one we always passed by, neither on the drive home. Creepy file number 76, written by Anonymous, the Lily Stalker. I've always loved my apartment until I moved out, for reasons you'll soon understand. It was cozy and comfortable with a great view overlooking a river, a few trees in the way, but still awesome to relax on the patio and grill up some burgers. However, over the past few months, I had started to feel uneasy and scared. Thing is, I couldn't explain why exactly, but I had a constant feeling of being watched and followed. Those stupid hairs on the back of my neck would poke up like my mammary glands on a cold day. I tried to brush off my fears and told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of unease persisted no matter what rationale I tried to invent. My fears came to a head one night when I returned home from work and found my front door unlocked and ajar. There was some stuff I was storing in my apartment that had a questionable legality, so I was apprehensive to call the authorities. Still, I didn't want to go in alone. My super was super cool and helpful, always made himself available to me. I gave him a call and told him I thought I heard a mouse in the apartment, if he could come down and check. I didn't want to mention a possible break-in in case he'd call the cops. He wobbles down. Big guy. "It's cuffing season. I want a big guy." Oh my god. I was pretending to be waiting for him outside. We both go in, and it all seems normal so far. Nothing broken or obviously stolen. I live rather plainly for a girl in her 20s. I bought some furniture from IKEA, utensils and plates from Amazon Basics kit, just what I need. So the super does a tour of the kitchen, which is where I said I thought I heard the mouse. Never did, of course. There was no sign of any mouse droppings or anything like that. I said I might have mistaken the sound for the fridge compressor or something. He said maybe, but that he'd get some mouse traps just in case. Don't want to let them multiply if they are around. Gets out of control fast. After he left, I did a more thorough examination and nothing was taken. In fact, the opposite. Something was left behind. A small lily. The flower. Not a fake one. It was real. It was on my bed pillow. Freaking creepy as frick. I am a lucky girl in one way. I don't hurt for money. I left immediately and went and stayed into a hotel before I eventually moved. Super was a bit confused, but I just acted like even the idea of mice around was too freaky for me to stay. The landlord let me sublet the remainder of my lease, so that was cool. Girls, be real safe out there. There are creeps everywhere. Whoever the Lily Stalker is, let's never meet again. Case file number 954, written by Glitchy Witchy. Gus knows the future. I hang out with a group of friends. We've known each other since high school. We always kept in touch through private online chats outside of school growing up. Back in the days before even TeamSpeak, we had AOL chat rooms. Anyway, we're in our 40s now, the apex of our lives. No, really, I'm a systems manager in a large company, and most of my friends have reached a certain level of success too. Here's what's weird. It was all predicted in those chat rooms by Gus, the resident supernatural wizard. We always called him that because he attracts strange like honey attracts flies. I remember back in high school, I had one of those near final destination moments, instigated by him. We were goofing off playing, tossing a tennis ball on the school wall and bouncing it to each other. When Gus threw the ball, it landed with such a curve on the wall that it bounced back and hit me right in the eyeball before I could even react. I didn't lose an eye, but I did look like a beaten housewife for a few weeks. There are so many stories like that. But truly, this is the one that's most incredible. Gus predicted in that chat room exactly where we'd all live in 20 years. Okay, so most of us didn't move far, besides me, who now lives in a big city, not New York City. Impressive, sure, but maybe just dumb luck. But he also predicted I'd work with computers and networks. These predictions were made when many thought the internet wouldn't even be a thing or soon after. Looking at you, Paul Krugman. Gus also accurately predicted we'd all be successful and struggle for little. His exact words were, "We're going to be floating in money when we're 40. Yep, true enough. There's only one thing Gus's prediction got wrong, and that's who I'd end up marrying. Sort of wrong. He said she'd have perfect blonde hair, even though at the time, we were horny teens. I thought I'd land with a brunette. Neither of us were correct. My wife suffers from polycystic ovary syndrome, which caused her to lose her hair. Thing is, she always wears a blonde wig. When I first met her, before I even knew she suffered from that condition, the wigs she buys are rather spectacular in quality. I'd never have known if she didn't tell me. Like I said, Gus is a wizard. Case file number 955, written by Dab Rules the World. A link to the universe. Late at night, while I was lying in bed playing Breath of the Wild on my Nintendo Switch, the console slid out of my fingers and fell off the edge of the bed. Due to the chips I had been eating before, my hands were a tad oily. What can I say? I clearly heard it hitting the carpet with a deep thump. I checked over the side of the bed, but I couldn't see it. I thought it bounced under the bed. It was late, and I wasn't even supposed to be playing at this hour, school tomorrow, so I went to bed. I thought next day I'd just find it. I woke up early, not much sleep after all, too excited, and had to continue to play for at least 15 minutes before school. But when I went to grab my Switch, which I was certain was under the bed, it wasn't there. I searched all around my room, including the mound of clothes on the floor. Nothing. I clearly remember the thud of it hitting the carpet. My room isn't that big, and I'm sure I would have noticed if it had rolled away somewhere. Not that it should have been able to roll. The Switch had switched off of reality. I had saved for months to buy that Switch from allowance and chore money, and now it was just gone. I didn't tell my parents about it. They'd be furious at me and blame me for losing it. I'd probably get grounded too, even though I bought it myself. They'd never believe it disappeared from under the bed. Then about a week later, I was cleaning out my closet and I found it in there, wedged behind a pile of clothes I never use. Everything was normal, the save file still loaded, and I was back in Zelda. Case file number 956, written by To Be Fair 1. My wife is a genius. My wife and I were driving along the Oregon coast the other day, taking in the beautiful views of the ocean and the rocky cliffs. It was a joyride, no specific destination in mind. As we were approaching a particular stretch of road that hugged the edge of a cliff, a sharpish turn, a large fractured rock that was situated perilously on the edge was pointed out to me by my wife. She said, "I know that rock is going to fall." I glanced over at the rock. I remembered it from our past trips. I doubt it, I replied. It's been there for years. We've driven this highway dozens of times at least, honey. But my wife insisted that it was going to fall, and her voice was so earnest and severe that I couldn't help but believe her. We had already driven past it though, but as we drove on, I kept glancing back at the rock, trying to shake the feeling that something was about to happen. My wife let out a loud gasp as we were about to round a bend in the road. I was gobsmacked. There it was, rolling down the cliffside and shattering into bits as I glanced into the rearview mirror. I have no idea if it's normal for rocks to shatter so stupendously into bits. It looked like a rock grenade went off, but it was on the side of the road at least, so it wouldn't block traffic. How the hell did you know that was going to happen? I don't know, she replied, looking just as surprised as I was. I just had a feeling. At that moment, my wife's intuition was so spot on that it defies reason. She says it was a gut feeling. She didn't see it happen, but knew it would, as if emotions had a voice shouting in her head. We got lucky, because I didn't stop. If it had cracked fully even 10 seconds earlier, it would have smashed into us. And it was a large enough rock, at least half the size of the car hood, falling from 40 plus feet. I don't know how much energy that'd have, but I'm glad we never found out.
Case notes for file 897. How did my car travel through time? Another car-based anomaly. I think it's travel distance related, meaning the more physical distance you travel, the greater your odds of encountering some type of space-time anomaly. Maybe they're centered around ley lines too, although I think generally they're peppered all around the world, so traveling in anything quick, car, plane, whatever it may be, boats, the Bermuda Triangle comes to mind, will increase your odds of encountering them. And they may be even more frequent and common than we think, it's just that most of the time, the anomalies are fairly minor. There's nothing to say that if you encounter a space-time anomaly, portal, wormhole, whatever you want to call it, that it has to carry you forward tremendous distances or interact with time to an extent where you lose hours. It could be mere minutes. Like in this case, losing 10-20 minutes. It's weird, but you can almost play it off as like, okay, this is probably nothing, shouldn't really think about it, when in reality it's actually really damn strange. Now if you reduce that even more to seconds or maybe a minute or two, most people will just discount that as a tech glitch. Maybe the clock on my car is wrong or on my phone, or it's just in my mind. I think it's very easy to dismiss lower level glitches, and I think most people do. So they're extremely common, but just underreported. Case notes for file 898. Will you take the blue or the red pill? You had me laughing at Kentucky Fried Frick. What a curse. I'm not really one to use curse words, but hey, I'll add that to my repertoire of curses right alongside Avada Kedavra. Now, as you further expand in the comments, you fully inspected the bag, all sides. There were no holes for it to have fallen into. It's not like a pill can hit carpet and then bounce into the opening at an angle. If it was hardwood floor, it would still be unlikely, but I suppose possible. But because it's carpet, there's no possible way for it to bounce. If you have carpet or a rug or something, go drop a pill on it and you'll see it doesn't move at all. The carpet absorbs all that kinetic energy. More than enough to prevent it from bouncing into a bag that's on its side. Now, it is possible that there was a pill already inside the bag and the one you saw inside the bag wasn't the one you dropped. However, you don't mention finding a pill outside of the bag, so probably not that. It could simply be that the pill phased through, de-rendered and re-rendered. Still odd though. Normally de-renders and re-renders don't happen that quickly. Case notes for the creepy file number 73. The Mortal Fragments. That would creep me the hell out for sure. And it's the motivation that really gets to you. You're left wondering, what the hell? Why would anyone do that? Even if it was a psychopath, what is their motive to scare you specifically? Did he just pick a house at random? And of course you don't know if they really were human bones. Maybe. Could have been animal bones, made to look like human. Or maybe some sort of prop. Maybe it was some twisted prank that no one took credit for. I do believe your instincts are correct. You were being watched. We do have that sense of knowing. Maybe they were even watching from an adjacent apartment building. Could have been a parked car too, as you suggested. The only purpose this could possibly have served is to instill terror. That would be the only possible goal. No matter the intent if they were real bones or not. It takes a malicious mind to do that. Actually reminds me of the old medieval warfare days where one strategy to inspire terror and despair in the castle troops was to launch human fragments, for a better, cleaner word, into the city. And obviously that would terrorize people, no matter if you're a hardened warrior or not. That's disturbing to see. Effective at terror, no doubt. And you're very smart, given that you don't have a choice in walking back and forth between college and your apartment. Well, having more friends with you is better. The odds of being attacked in a group of 4 is greatly diminished versus a group of 2, or just 1. Smart. Case notes for file 904. It finally happened. My own personal glitch in the Matrix. So here we are, the first glitch that happened to me. Well, veterans will know all about the tennis ball, but a real glitch, let's say something notable, it's kind of fun, but it's very unsettling too. Now, the way I see it, there really are only 2 possibilities here. Either my memory is just faulty, for some reason I can't remember just this one specific episode of a show I've watched 8 times, again, very notable and important, and it's just this one specific show, and every detail about the show, from the dialogue spoken to the sets used to Carter at the end bursting into electricity, I don't remember any of that happening. Maybe I'm just losing my mind, it's possible. I don't think that's the case, and if that's not the case, then I might just be in a new universe. But that bugs me a lot, because if I'm in a new universe, it's almost always related to quantum immortality. My soul just transposed into a new version of me in a different universe. But then what about all the people back in the original universe where I came from, where I died there? It's very sad to think about. Although my friends, my mom and dad, they just think I died even though I'm still around in this universe. When it happens to you, it's more connected in that sense. And I don't know how it would have happened. I'm in perfect health as far as I know. Maybe a freak accident? I know that the last time I rewatched Stargate SG-1 and remembered every single episode was maybe 2-3 years ago at most, so it's within that time frame where this would have happened, if it did. No other shows have been different since then. Every show I've rewatched, I remember what I should remember, and I haven't noticed anything different about the world I've been around, so I don't know. It's very strange, but it finally happened. Case notes for file 905. The cinematic glitch. This is a bit stressful. It doesn't fit my natural hypotheses. Unless it's a simultaneous universal peering. Because if it was just one of you, then that person that was afflicted by it would be seeing into a new universe, but the other friend would see the person and be confused as to why they were acting like they didn't see them, but neither of you saw each other. So unless you were both universally peering into different universes, I guess in theory it's possible? I have no clue why it happens to begin with, so I can't say there are laws of the multiverse that I fully comprehend yet. So maybe yeah, you were both universally peering and just didn't see each other right next to the bathroom door. That would fit with the text messages being received by each other. So your perceptions of the universe were off because you were seeing into a different one, but the physical usage of your phone was still connected to the cell network within the original universe. The signals were being sent in the original universe and then received and transcoded by the phone, and voila. You could get each other's text messages even though your perceptions were all wonky. And then something about crossing the threshold of the bathroom door reset the universal peering. Case notes for the bonus file. The story of 50 souls. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think obviously, as your father says, that he was just making up the story to put you to sleep, which is definitely a darker kind of story than I was getting. I was still in my Winnie the Pooh phase when I was 7, if I recall. You definitely have a macabre taste in storylines. I would guess that there is a presence down there. Probably just some random spirit. I don't think it's related to the story your dad said. I think that's just your mind amplifying the fear effect of this happening to you. But yeah, it's unlikely that there actually was a whole bunch of murders down there. More likely just some spirit from someone who died there a long time ago, trying to manifest itself. I don't think whoever it was intentionally trying to make you afraid. Case notes for file 906. How could an entire language be downloaded into my brain? No, you're not crazy. You definitely don't belong in a psych ward. If anything, your mind just went to another higher level. So that's not a psych ward relevant. Could this be quantum immortality? I know it seems like it's the obvious answer for so many glitches, but to me it is. Your soul just transposed into a new version of yourself, and in that universe, the souls merge, and of course you inhabit the mind as well, and in that universe you had already learned Spanish. It seems to fit perfectly well to me. Now, if it isn't quantum immortality, then for some reason the program of that language was downloaded into your mind. And of course, you could compare that to the Matrix movies, where Neo is loading in various programs to learn things, could be any kind of thing, how to drive a Humvee or whatever, stick shift, or of course, I know Kung Fu. That's always a very cool concept, to just have information and understanding downloaded and processed and installed into your mind. I kind of hope it's that instead of just quantum immortality, which is, quantum immortality at this point is like, so mundane, been there, done that, perhaps literally. Case notes for file 907. The surgical procedure out of this world. If we can astrally project, that is, our soul disconnecting from the body, navigating elsewhere in the world, I don't see why that wouldn't happen when we're near death, or just maybe it is related to the state of mind as you suggest. The out-of-body experience is just a form of astral projection. I guess more easily done when you are near death, but it seems like your mind just wanted to witness what was going on, or rather your soul did. When you're playing a video game and you can disconnect from that character and just look around the world like in cinematic mode or photo mode, it's similar to that. Your soul is breaking off from your body that it inhabits and animates, and it just wants to wander around and look around. Curious how you describe time sort of like together in one ball, and it just happened and then it was over instantly. Plays into the buffered reality I think we probably inhabit. Case notes for the bonus file. That overwhelming darkness. Yeah, this is about as classic as you can get towards a malevolent force or a demonic force. The critical point here is that your dog reacted in such a terrified way. Dogs and cats, and maybe other pets too, they have a keen sense of what's going on, including in the spiritual realm. I don't know if they're able to actually see it, or is more of a instinctual gut reaction. When something really negative is around, they know. And this applies to humans too. Some people when they're around pets, the pets just don't like them, and you probably should take that to heart. They're probably not the best people. I've never met a person who always was hated by pets who was actually a really good person. Maybe it's possible, but it's never happened to me. And pets always seem to like me, so there you go. But yeah, I hope nothing like this ever happens to me when I eventually go off-grid in a cabin in New Hampshire. Stay away, demons. And definitely have to ward off against Wendigos too. Case notes for file 908. The Multiversal Diner. Placing myself on this road trip, which I want to take road trips, a whole bunch of them coming up. Maybe this year, next year, we'll see, on a motorcycle. But placing myself in that position, you stop at a diner and you're interacting with your friend. Well, and his girlfriend too. How disorienting would that be? Are they trying to gaslight you? Is this some weird prank? A lot of these glitches could be pranks in a certain sense, but unless they're revealed to be so, it's just malice, it's just mean. I don't think your friends would do that to you. I don't know them, obviously, so that'd be something you'd have to know. But still, I have to discount that this is a prank, especially if they didn't tell you. And hell, even if they had intended to be a prank, I don't think it could be, because of the text. The SIM cards are encrypted with specific codes, and I think they would differ by parallel universe. They're so hyper-specific. You couldn't just bring a phone into a new universe, and even if it's almost identical, there'd be slight differences, including the random encryption used for a SIM card. Otherwise, people could just intercept people's data and text messages and calls and so on. The fact that the text messages didn't go through to your friends or to you until a couple minutes or a few minutes before you actually met them, to me means that they weren't connected in the same universe. The phone simply wasn't registering them. It's curious, because this isn't universal peering. This is a step beyond it. It seems like you were actually occupying an actual different parallel universe. Without quantum immortality, your whole body went there, including your phone. So it wasn't just your soul. I don't know how that happens. I mean, maybe a wormhole? It's like in SG-1 where Daniel touches the quantum mirror and is just transposed to a new universe entirely. I mean, that should be quantum immortality, but in those cases, it's just the soul. When the physical body dies in one universe, then it's moved over. The soul just hops to a different host in a certain sense. Like a Gua'uld inhabiting a different body. Needless to say, you were in a different universe. That is my gut instinct here, because of how the text messages interacted. How you got there, I don't know. Maybe a wormhole? There's plenty of them all over the place that carry us forward in space-time, but I guess to a new parallel universe? Why not? Case notes are file 909. The mystery of the respawning tire cap. Well, assuming you had bought a new tire cap to replace the one that was lost mysteriously, then yeah, this would be quite a weird glitch because it seems like it duplicated itself. It is possible that somehow it wound up in your car, like you said you were fishing for change or something, cleaning out the car seat. Maybe it was in there and you just didn't realize you picked it up. I wouldn't discount that as a possibility, but otherwise it's just a simple disappearing act and then re-render. Happens all the time. It's really such a simple, innocuous glitch, and yet people ignore them. I think it happens so frequently, but people just don't want to acknowledge it. They just discount it. They say, oh, it's my mind playing tricks on myself. No, I don't believe so. I think the universe is very weird, and a little unstable. At least this one. Case notes for the bonus file. The monster of pure darkness. These sightings of very tall, slender, faceless creatures, the Indians call them stick Indians. There's sightings of this in Australia, all over the world. So it's not located purely in the Americas. Wonder what they are? Some type of human that evolved separately? Seems unlikely. It takes so long for that to happen. Different species altogether? Aliens? I mean, I like the aliens part. Maybe we'll never know, but I guess that's kinda fun. Keeps the mystery alive, which, what's life without mystery, right? Case notes for file 910. Is this the instruction set for the universe? That is a fascinating way to put it, to state it as the manual for the universe. Thing that's always in the glove compartment of any car. Not many people read it, right? But they probably should. It's an interesting thing to think about God, the creator. If you come at it in the sense that we live in a simulation, it makes it hard to piece together, but who knows? I mean, maybe it is God that's like, spoilers now. In Supernatural, there's Chuck, where I think if God exists, it would probably be akin to something like that, a sentient being that has all this knowledge and power. If you're alone, and all you can do is create other things that you can predict, well, you can't really get much out of that. You'd want to be able to create something that has its own spark, that has free will. It's like being able to create a bunch of books or movies, but always knowing exactly what's going to happen. If you create it yourself, it's not as engaging or fun because there's no mystery. And I would imagine most people here love mystery. It's that nature of it where if you love mystery, no matter how much power you have, I think it's universal. I think if aliens exist too, they love a good mystery. Who doesn't? What doesn't? I guess is a better question. So yeah, I think if God exists, he would be probably bored and trying to create stories for himself. That's the best part of life. And I could see within the story that there would be an instruction set, something given to make sense of the world, for the characters in it to partake in, have a guide. It's a neat idea. Now, I don't know if that's actually the Bible. Maybe it's more of a creation of man. Maybe it's intuitive, innate in all of us. I think we have a proper sense of right and wrong baked into us. Even people who are evil, I think they still know right from wrong. They just choose to act against right. Case notes for file 911. The Ghost of Time. Right, so it could be a ghost, the fragmented essence of her soul lingering behind. Though as you describe it, it sounds more like a time slip. And the fact that she recognized you is fascinating. Somehow you were incorporated within this timeline. Or maybe she was just very friendly back then. Makes me wonder if the soul can time travel more easily than the physical body. Maybe it was simply your soul that was inhabiting the person back then, and your grandma knew that person, so of course interacted politely with them. That would make sense. And the soul does seem to be able to navigate through universes and time and space much easier than the physical body. The physical body has to deal with the Lorentz transformation and time dilation and the Higgs boson field and, limiting our movement through space-time, all that kind of physical stuff. The soul, however, seems uninhibited. Even if we don't live in a buffered universe, the past is the past. It's already been written. So going back to it, resuming from replay from the past moment, sure, why not? It shouldn't affect anything in the future. It's a different timeline or just a saved game state, sort of. But going back and experiencing it, sure. The information's there, as long as it's saved. Case notes for file 912. The Christmas Gift Jitters. Oh my god, that movie, the Child's Play, I think it was? As the first horror movie I saw, maybe I was 9. My mom didn't want me to watch it, but my dad let me, so, thanks dad. That's okay. But damn, it terrorized me. That's one hell of a movie to watch as a young kid. It does bring up a question, can a soul inhabit inanimate object? I don't think so. I think a soul, an echo, a fragment left behind, spirit, whatever you want to call it, the part that's not physical of us, that can still control physical matter, well, that's the thing, it can
move objects and make things shake and disrupt the EM fields and electronics, but I don't think it can like enter an object and control it in the sense of like it could a human being. For one thing or another, there's no brain to control, there's no nervous system to control, so if it can take possession of an object, it's basically the same as us just lifting an object around. It's not really controlling it. I don't think it would be able to manipulate like the vocal cords or however sound is produced in a doll. So really, I don't know what would cause this. This is freaky, honestly. And yeah, burn it with fire or toss it away, and if it comes back, just burn it again, bury it deep in cement. Case notes for file 913. A man morphs into a woman in a split second. It's interesting that he thought you seemed familiar, but also that you heard him. He was interacting with what you told him to do, so he built the same sub as the woman in the real universe. As far as I see, what I think happened here is the subway is probably a nexus point for universal sight, and you were both connected to each other. You were seeing into his universe, and he was seeing you in your universe. It was just universal peering, like a connection between devices. You're not actually in the other device, you're just connected. But it would be funny then, because that means that you were talking and the girl in the original universe, the one that you think a man morphed into a woman, well, she would hear you answer the question that the man asked in the other universe that you were simply seeing. So she would indeed think you're crazy. Like, why is this girl telling me that, yeah, she does come here often? I mean, okay, good to know. I never asked. She didn't. The man did in his universe. But indeed it does seem like there are areas in the world where the membrane of the universe, or the multiverse, whatever separates the parallel universes, or at least the one right next to us. I don't know how many, in what dimension, like how many, is it a sphere, there's multiple different universes touching? I don't know how that works, but whatever separates us, or maybe the distance between it, is thinner in some regions. Subway seems to be a hotspot in some cases. There have been a few stories on the channel involving Subway, so. And yeah, the tuna sandwich, it's not bad. I think the chicken teriyaki is the best one though. If I have to choose just one, definitely that one. Case notes for file 914, the Crispus glitch. Probably just multiversal duplication, I'd guess. In another universe you already had an apple, and it was just on the side of your desk by the keyboard. It poofed away in that universe and popped over here, so now it's duplicated. Yeah, you had a bite mark in it because you probably took a bite. Then the you in that universe is thinking, what the hell? I just took a bite from an apple and now it's gone. What's going on? It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. Well, it does. It's just still weird. Unstable. The universe isn't supposed to be unstable. Come on now. I wonder what it would actually look like if you could see it directly happening. The only thing I can think of is the one story where there was a woman who had a pendant that returned, and she had trouble describing even what it seemed like a frame, and then another frame it was there. It wasn't like it popping in or fading in, anything like that. It was just not there and then there. Even describing it like that kinda hurts my brain. Not supposed to happen, is it? That said, the apple should be safe to eat, so, get something out of it. Case notes for the creepy file number 74. Safety is paramount. This is sick. Twisted. Because it's not just outright trying to do you harm, it's trying to terrorize you. What other reason could there be to break into someone's home and make sure they know you broke in, and then take nothing, do nothing else? You're just letting them know you can come in at any time, and there's nothing they can do to stop you. And it's just to make you afraid. Maybe they'll never even come back, they just want that nagging thought in your mind. And it's the one place you're supposed to feel safe, in your home. It's terrible. Maybe someone did that and also planted devices to record you? There's some weird freaks out there that do that. Although, probably not. They wouldn't have made their presence known. They would have been incognito if they can come and go without you knowing. Somehow picking the locks, I guess? Or maybe it was a landlord that had a spare key because you mentioned he installed it. Well, he paid for it. I guess he did it. If it was you that installed the locks, then I guess he wouldn't have them. But if he did it all, it's possible that he's the one who did this. I don't know why. There is a device you can buy on Amazon I saw, where it's a Wi-Fi controlled door jammer. It's like a bar that goes and connects to your door handle, but it'll raise down to block it after you exit the home if you enable it on the Wi-Fi. So that way no one can come in. There's nothing to pick because it's an internal bar, so you're safe when you're there or when you're not there. That's pretty good. I'd look into something like that, just to feel extra safe. And yeah, definitely get more cameras. If this happens again, you want to know who the hell is doing it. Case notes for file 915. The glitch that almost cost me a fortune. Well hey, at least you have a pretty good sense of humor about this wild happening.
It's most likely just a de-render, switch from a different universe. In that universe, you were there, playing cards the same way, but the first card revealed there was actually a 2 of hearts. This universe, it's the Ace of Hearts. Of course, it just switched at the end, which messes with your brain and your perception of flow of time, which not exactly ideal. Object permanence and all that. I have to trust my memory. Don't worry, you can. This shouldn't happen all that frequently, unless the instability accelerates. We'll see. The other, of course, mundane explanation is that the alcohol had some effect. Probably not. I mean, maybe you could confuse an ace for a 2 of hearts. I'm not really the best person to ask regarding alcohol consumption and effects because I don't drink at all. In my life, I've had one shot of the, it was like a cinnamony alcohol with gold flecks in it. Gold Sugar, I think it's called. And all I did was apparently giggle at everything, so I don't like losing inhibitions. I'm too stuck up for that. Case notes for file 916. I was abducted by aliens. You know what really fascinates me most about aliens? Is that if they exist, it's direct evidence that there's more going on in the universe than we know, and that technology can advance far beyond what we have now. It's like in Civilization, if you've ever played that game, where you can advance in tech trees and culture and all that. Well, it's not fun when you're right at the end and there's no more progress to be made. So just knowing that there's a lot of room for improvement is awesome. There's something to work towards. That's exciting to me. Now, as far as hypnosis goes, I've heard it can work. But like you say, it's nothing like the movies or TV shows where someone can just put someone to sleep or make them jump on one leg or something like that, unless the person is fully open to the suggestion. It's more of enhanced suggestion than like magical hypnosis, mind control. So yeah, if you really have intent to make it work, you're sort of being guided along your own brain path. You can influence them, but no one can directly control it, which is pretty good. I'm glad that's the case. But this does mean that deep down, inside your subconscious at least, you really did want to know more. And yeah, you say that it doesn't make you happier. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to make you happier. Sometimes it's the curse of knowledge, right? They say that the more knowledge you have, the more sorrow follows. In a certain sense, I think that's true. But we're still compelled to seek out and solve mysteries and just understand the world. Even if it doesn't necessarily make us happier, it makes us more complete, I think. And for me, the most interesting aspect is when you describe this heavy weight on your chest, but then in that memory, it was sunny out and you were naked. Maybe you were actually on an alien ship and they were projecting a more peaceful view for you, so you didn't panic. You could still move your arms and everything, so maybe it was just your chest that was compressed or something. Maybe some advanced scanner that they use, I don't know. Spitballing, but maybe. It wouldn't be surprising if they had advanced projection capabilities. I mean, hell, we're probably going to have holodecks soon enough. That's exciting. Case notes for the bonus file. The Translucent Force. Yeah, I agree, get out. I mean, I know it's your home, and it's tough to move, but by what you're describing, I don't think there's an actual entity there. I think it's something making you witness this translucent entity. And the same thing for your kids. Maybe your wife hasn't seen it yet, but whatever it is, it seems like it's not intending anything good. You don't make other people see weird, terrifying entities if your intent is pure. Burn the rubber on the road. Case notes for file 917. Evidence of my invincibility. Sometimes there are core details in stories that really just strike me as incredible. And the most incredible in this one is that other people heard the hammer make impact with your knee, which by the way just sounds absolutely unimaginably painful, and I never want to experience anything like that. If they heard it make impact with your kneecap, it means you're not in a quantum immortality state. You didn't die from like shock or something and then go to a new universe, because then they wouldn't have heard it. Or is it the state where the universe like rewinded or something? You're in a new universe and it still happened there. But no, because they wouldn't have heard it at all. I did actually have, I don't know if you can tell, my middle, I'm not giving people the middle finger here. My middle finger is broken. When I was young, I don't know, like 10 or something. It got slammed into a door and cracked. Could reset it, but that was expensive and unnecessary. It didn't actually do anything. It just grew in crooked. There's no pain. It's just a bit bent. That was not fun. I don't remember hearing a crack though. Maybe the pain just obfuscated the sound. Well, the door closing as well kind of makes a sound, so. But yeah, maybe you're not in a new universe. Maybe you're learning that you are actually very resilient in some way. Like the unbreakable Bruce Willis character. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe some of us have actual superpowers. Case notes for file 918. Whoa, that's déjà vu. Butch and Sundance. Good duo. Repeating events are ruling out astral projection. If they projected their souls in both your dog and cat, It's unlikely they would have repeated the exact same movement pattern as when they first entered. Maybe animals would. My guess is it was a buffered reality event where you were seeing things ahead of time as they would play out. Buffered reality just means that we're in the replay format of reality, so we already made the choices and now we're just experiencing them. So it's not hard to imagine that we could just skip ahead for some moment. I don't know why this would happen. Is it something with the person's brain that's wired into the universe more directly? Or is it like a will, a force that's enacting this replay setting? It's a sort of download into your brain, a direct hard jack connection that enables you to see what already happened, but before you're supposed to, like just skipping ahead in a movie, and then rewinding back. But that said, my gut says this isn't supposed to happen at all, so is it just more evidence of universal instability? Case notes for file 919. Can a phone teleport? Well, I'm glad you and your friend got home safely. That's important. Is it possible that your phone, you mentioned he's clumsy, maybe he did just drop it? You both just weren't very alert? Didn't hear the sound, maybe? Cars passing, I guess? Conceivable? Maybe it fell into like a storm grate? You didn't mention like a grate or anything that could have fallen into, so probably not that. But maybe you just didn't notice it? It actually would also explain, well, I don't know if you tried to locate the phone. There's different apps you can. Like with Google, you can just locate the phone via GPS. As long as it's active, you could find it that way. Unless it's obscure, the signal couldn't reach it. If it was damaged or underground, that would explain why you couldn't locate it. But if not any of those things, then yeah, it's probably just DOP. It's gone. And did it teleport? Well, sort of, unintentionally, against its will. Somewhere else in a different universe, now you have two phones. I wonder how that would work. Well, actually, there was the diner experience where the phone couldn't connect to the network. I think that's how it would work. You would have two phones in that universe that it traveled to, but you wouldn't be able to use the network there because the SIM card wouldn't be compatible with the encryption. Yeah, something like that. You just have two phones. You could use it for another camera or something. It's not too bad. Case notes for file 920. Evidence of the universe losing cohesion. Right, so we're back to the dead pixel of spacetime. This was a story I read a few months ago. There was this person, I think was heading towards his garage, and in the archway that was heading towards it, he looked up and he saw a tiny dot, like a pinprick in the universe. And it was just this dark, dead pixel of spacetime. At least that's what I called it. This seems very reminiscent of that, although it seems described as larger than what he described way back then. He was more like a tiny, tiny dot, versus this being a pinball-sized. So this anomaly, if it is the same anomaly, seems to be growing in size, which is very concerning. And way back then I told everyone in my notes that it terrified me. It's one of the most terrifying, screw ghosts or demons or whatever, a dead pixel in spacetime? Hard to get more terrifying than that. That just shouldn't be happening. I wonder if it's literally the exact same anomaly that the other person saw. They didn't say where they lived. I don't know if this thing can travel, if it's the same thing it's growing in size, or are there multiple of them? This is the second time I've heard this. There's only 2 stories that I've seen. There probably are more events that people haven't said, posted yet. This is very creepy. What do you guys think about this? Do you think it's evidence of it destabilizing? Case notes for file 921. Our family broke gravity on Christmas. Your granddad sounds like a pretty awesome person to be around. Supernatural and humor together. Good stuff. Let's go. But you're absolutely correct that pets, especially cats, but dogs too, they have a keener sense of entities beyond our dimension that we can't see. So indeed, the fact that Porkchop didn't react at all, I mean, I don't know, maybe Porkchop is just lazy. I assume even if pets have this ability, it doesn't, or the sight, it doesn't mean they're all going to react. Maybe if they're a very chilled out dog, he just wouldn't react. But I do lean a bit more towards this being some sort of actual physical universe glitch where gravity was somehow turned off at the bottom level of the table, but not fully, because the plates and everything, you didn't describe them as floating, still on the table pulled, well, pulled is a misnomer for gravity, but they were drawn to the planet on the table, but the table itself was levitating. Sort of like if you have one of those levitating spinning plates, you can add things on top of it, and they're still bound to the surface of the platform they're floating on, even though the platform itself is floating. They're kind of cool. You can buy them on Amazon. Little spinning like UFO saucers that are magnetically lifted. So I don't know if the magnetism is involved here. Probably not, because it's just a table. What could cause this? It's very unclear, but it's pretty cool. And if you think about it, an object de-rendering and duplicating, moving between parallel universes, is it really that much more unusual for gravity just to turn off for a little bit? I don't think so. An object entirely disappearing is a bit more trippy, and it seems to be happening all the time. Case notes for the bonus file. My granddad, the master of time. I could speculate a lot here. There have been other accounts of people who have experienced frozen time, or at least time that's slowed down. Often in restaurants too, which is curious. Maybe it has to involve a lot of people around. Who's to say that those people didn't experience losses in their lives too? Maybe this is related to your granddad's soul, trying to send a message, and this is the only way he understands how to do it right now. It takes time, I'm sure, to adapt, even if it's just a fragment of your granddad. It would take time for that fragment, that sentience that still lingers behind, to understand how to use their abilities. You don't just hop into something and know exactly what to do right away. It's one of my favorite episodes of Supernatural, and has to learn how to actually interact with the world. You don't just know how, it takes time to learn it. It's a skill, like anything. Regardless of all that, I just want to say that I'm very sorry for your loss, and I do believe this could possibly be related to your granddad sending a message. But even if it's not, he's okay. He's either in a new reality, or maybe just a part of him is left behind, and I'm sure he loves watching you and live your life. The best thing you can do is just live a great life. I think that's the best thing we can ever do for anyone that moved on. Live our best life. That's what they would want. Case notes for file 922. My brother, the Lord of Chickens. I think we're all experiencing a lot of multiversal thinning, I guess. Keep having to make up words to try to describe what's going on. Universal peering, multiversal peering, I guess, is more accurate. But in all these transitions, it seems applicable. People are constantly seeing into other universes, moving through them temporarily, not in quantum immortality, but literally their physical bodies and objects too, de-render, go to other universes, duplicate there, but it's really just moving to one to the other. They look identical, so it just looks like the object multiplied, but it's not really that. I think in this case, you probably did see your brother. He was interacting with you, and yet he wasn't really there in your universe. The other case is potentially astral projection, but I think because of the amount of interaction, he was playing a guitar. It seems more likely you were seeing your real brother just in a different universe, that's all. It's simple, but it's crazy. Case notes for file 923. Can the universe alter a memory? I think about quantum immortality almost every day. It fascinates me so much in how it can explain so many glitches. Does it explain this one? Are we dealing with some sort of memory alteration? Or did you just move to a new universe where in that universe the glass table or the oak table was always glass? I mean, that seems possible, especially given that the photos do confirm that you had a glass table, you were always around it, even though your memories indicate otherwise. Could the universe itself somehow alter the memory? Because as we transition between universes, our memories remain intact. I think that means that it's just information. The soul is like a transmitter for all this information about us, who we are as people, and our memories, of course, our past experiences. If that's the case, then it wouldn't necessarily involve a transition to a new universe. If information is so readily available and downloadable into a new human body or mind, then yeah, it's conceivable that that information is simply being loaded into your brain. I don't know why it would be, I'm just saying it's a possibility. Maybe you are in the same universe, but the memories were altered. Personally, I think that's even more terrifying. I don't want anything wrong with my memory, or any possibility of it being manipulated. It would be a new type of glitch entirely, and I'm not okay with that. Case notes for file 924. Can a friend be in multiple places simultaneously? I think there's 3 types of doppelganger explanations. The first being an actual physical manifestation in the world, perhaps a spirit that took place, perhaps a demon. And the second would be an astral projection, where these projections do appear to have some effect on the world. They can interact with objects to some extent, and they can even make sound like when they're walking on a road or on a floor. And then there's universal shenanigans, where you can see other people in different universes. They're not really in your universe, but they exist. It's a universe as real as ours, just a different one. I'm not sure which one this falls into, but I know it's not the first one, because in the first one, people know something is wrong. If they see this doppelganger, they know it's not supposed to be here, and it probably has malicious intent. There's instinct that people have regarding these things. Case notes, file 925. The universe casts a spell. Darkness. I would love to believe that there's real magic in real life, that there's a Hogwarts letter still coming my way. I know I waited a long time when I was a teenager. Never arrived, and I'm still rather irritable about that. What can you do? I definitely wouldn't be a warlock. Would not be in the Slytherin camp. Maybe Gryffindor, maybe Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff is just kinda there. No one really wants to be in it, but they're not a threat. Know what I mean? Maybe they make good cooks, I guess. They want to please others. Nothing wrong with that. So, discounting Mick's warlock prowess, there's many stories about this where the sun kind of flickers off and then people in this specific area are plunged into total darkness, often described also as without audio, although you guys were able to speak to each other, so might not be related, but it does seem very similar, at least in the light spectrum. Indeed, I never thought it had anything to do with the sun itself. I think it's some sort of block on processing light information. I guess in a sense, everyone was made blind. And a disturbing thought, what if this is related to the dead pixel in space-time? Or recently on Tuesday, we learned that there's a pinball-sized version now. Maybe it was really large for a second and then shrunk back down. Maybe it was there and no one noticed it, if it's small enough. I don't know if it varies in size quickly, dramatically, what exactly it is, but it sounds like what I would think would happen if you're inside of it. Case notes for file 926. Can a human being teleport? So I don't think we can discount the mundane possibility that you were just extremely engrossed in whatever project or assignment you were working on, and you blocked out peripheral vision and sound. It can happen. Though, if that was the case, I imagine it would happen to you more often. But maybe not, because you say that she never really gets up. Now, that explains it to an extent, how she could leave so suddenly, but it's not really an explanation for why she was sleeping in the conference room. That is weird, and not remembering going there? I mean, yeah, maybe it is a medical issue, but that does make it a bit more glitchy to me. If I had to assign it a glitch, it would be probably a DOP, and affecting a human being, and this has been known to happen. There was a story a really long time, like one of the first ones I read, where a kid was going down a water slide, never came out of the other end. Even though other kids eventually were pushed through, they went through fine, and then eventually the kid did emerge like 15-20 minutes later, like nothing happened. So they really were in the slide, de-rendered completely, and then re-rendered later on. I don't think there was any description of how the kid felt after, but if I had to guess, if this happens to someone that they probably don't feel particularly good after, so if this happened to her, and maybe she re-rendered in the conference room, a bit further away, but still pretty close in the same general area of the office, well yeah, she wouldn't feel good. I mean, can this just happen to anyone at any time? Can you re-render anywhere? Disappear in your chair and then re-render up in the sky and just fall down to your death? I've never heard of that happening, thankfully. So maybe there are rules, sort of, governing how this can work, but I still don't think it's intentional. Something weird is going on there. Case notes for the bonus file. The Devil's Laptop. So I do doubt that a demon is responsible for this, but perhaps a spirit or malicious entity, or just a spirit trying to communicate with you. Maybe someone you know. We know in many stories in the past where spirits can manipulate the EM spectrum, and they are literally just reverberations, energy in the spectrum, which is just excitations of a field. But energy can be converted to and from. It's just matter has so much energy, it's ridiculous. So that could be partly why it's so hard for an entity, a spirit, to interact with the world, because there's just a small amount of energy there, and they're only a fragment of the soul of whoever passed away. So given that, yeah, it'd be hard to manipulate the real world, hard to move objects and stuff like that, but a laptop, moving the electrons, controlling those to the specific state where it's just binary code and able to influence a program in a computer, I could see that. And yet the laptop was off, but the battery is still there, so there is energy. Maybe they can interface with that without using a lot of it, and that would explain why it was still feeling very hot, even though it was off and unplugged. Presumably, you don't mention having to replace the battery later on, so that's my guess. There was some entity trying to connect with you, but couldn't quite figure out how to make it say words. It was just weird random noises. If you can control the EM spectrum, well, it doesn't mean you can figure out how to make it produce sound, like talk through it. That would probably take eons to figure out, if it's even possible. To manipulate it to produce random noise? Sure. I could see that being possible. Just from like a desperate spirit trying to communicate. Case notes for file 927. Let There Be Darkness. This is a fairly well-observed phenomena at this point. I should try to invent a name for it. Maybe light collapse event? Personally, I'm of the mind that it's in the brain, something is interrupting the processing signals. In this case, it doesn't sound like it was total and absolute darkness, more of a extreme dimming. Made it look like it was nighttime, but I assume you could still see like the outline of things, shapes in the distance. Whereas in other cases like this, it's complete darkness and no processing of any light whatsoever. So maybe there's a gradient. Sometimes it can be absolute shut off of any processing of light signals, versus sometimes just a dimming, a diminishing of it. But what is the cause? Is there some kind of ongoing test by government or aliens? It is a bit creepy. Or is it related to the dead pixel of spacetime? Case notes for file 928, The Eyes of Truth. A simple event, and I'm not sure exactly the meaning of it. Would it relate to the homeless man having a strong connection or bond with you? Something intuitive? I'm of the mind that in the real world, if this is a simulation, we may know other players, and we may be able to sense if they're near us. So that homeless man in this simulation, maybe in the real world he's a close friend, and you just know. And I do think the eyes, maybe subconsciously, were able to pick up on the presence of that soul. There's a reason why in lore, the eyes are always seen as the method to reach the soul, the connection to it, like a window. Indeed, it does make you wonder what would have happened if you had followed him. Of course, you were already taken, so I don't blame you for not doing so. It does make you wonder. It's all these series of tiny choices we make throughout life that completely alter the final destination. Or does it alter it? Are we in a pond? Are we in a river? If we're in a pond, maybe the waves will alter where we end up. If we're in a river, though, well, that flow is just gonna keep pulling us along no matter how many stones we cast or where they land. When the river ends, and we finally reach that waterfall, is there another river at the bottom? Case notes for file 929, a credit card with a mind of its own. So this is interesting. It's uncommon to have DOP and re-renders where there's multiple witnesses, but what struck me was that the credit card slips that you still had, and they were duplicated. Of course, it couldn't charge the card twice, as you mentioned. There's a hard limit on the software itself. So not only did the credit card on her end, the customer, vanish and then reappear in the machine, but there were two slips, even though the card was only charged once. The slips, the receipt, they duplicated, whereas the card simply de-rendered and re-rendered. It's a whole jumbled mess. The universe can't even decide how it wants to glitch. But I will say, I'm very glad that you confirmed to her that you saw her put the credit card in her wallet. That would help to reassure her that she's not going crazy, which is very kind of you. You didn't have to corroborate her story. Puts her at ease. Very good. Case notes for file 930, The Great Jordan Mystery. You know, I have to say props to you for taking your job so seriously. Just one person taking their job seriously doesn't really change much, but if everyone does, even if it's a mundane job, not very important. You know what it reminds me of? This classic movies from the 80s, Coming to America, where Prince Akeem is working in McDonald's and he's just mopping the floors and, in any task he does, cleaning the windows, he takes it so seriously. He puts all of his energy into it because that's his job, that's what he's doing. Taking pride in what you do, even if it's not the last thing you want to ever do, is important. Before I was a YouTuber, I was cleaning offices. That was my job for like 3 years. And it wasn't bad. I'm kind of an introvert, a night owl, so I could go in at night, no one was around, just do my thing. But I took it seriously. I tried my best to make everything as clean as possible, because that was my responsibility. And it doesn't affect much, but it affects the lives of the people that work there in the offices that I was cleaning. So no matter what you're doing, take pride in it. And then, if you don't like what you're doing, the job you have, obviously try to take steps to change jobs to something you like more. Wherever you are, put in that effort. It'll pay off, even just if it's in the lives of other people. Regarding the glitch itself, I would say, yeah, it's just a classic DOP re-render. Although the fact that the shoes shifted from what you had already altered to the previous ones, well, just classic universal shenanigans. In another universe, the you there didn't actually fix the shoes yet. They got a pair that's already altered, and then you got the ones that weren't. So in that universe, he had to do less work. Kind of lucky, I guess. Case notes are file 931. Not even the lock-picking lawyer could pick this glitch. So the fact that nothing was taken from your office, there were no ramifications from not being able to enter, like you didn't miss a deadline or anything like that, seems like it's more random than intentional will. There's simply no clear motive to not want you to go into the office. as far as you've stated anyways. It's also not some state of quantum immortality where you're just in a new universe where the key doesn't work, because also the maintenance man copy of the key didn't work, so there was actually a real change in the locking mechanism. Something caused the pins in the lock itself to malfunction. I do watch a lot of Lockpicking Lawyer just for entertainment value. His presentation is hilarious. Kinda makes me feel a bit unsafe about locks because they're so easy to defeat. Well, most of them anyways. I'm not an expert in how locks work, so I don't know exactly what would have to de-render to affect a lock like that or just be altered at all. Because yeah, the maintenance man's key did work. And I also don't know about master keys. How do those work exactly? But regardless, it does seem like, in my opinion, that something was altered in the lock itself. And this isn't some universal transfer or anything like that. What could affect it? I mean, it's conceivable that something in the locking mechanism de-rendered and maybe re-rendered incorrectly, or just didn't re-render at all. If you can insert the key, it seems like the shape is correct, but it's not pushing the pins high enough, I think. Something happened with the lock. Was it the random universe glitching, or some sort of entity that managed to alter the lock, damage it? I'm leaning more towards the former just because it seems more random to me than intentional. Case file number 932, Quantum Love. So if you don't know, in quantum mechanics you can entangle particles, which simply means that if you measure the spin of one particle, the other spin of the other particle, it'll be determined, the waveform will collapse for that one too. Now you can't transmit information via this, but it does happen at great distances. Einstein himself called this spooky action at a distance, because while you can't transfer information, it's still an effect that's happening regardless of distance. So even if it's greater than a light second, it'll happen instantaneously across the universe if needed. It is rather spooky. And given that, that's something that's entirely real, very well known by physics, by scientists, and yet we don't know how. Maybe wormholes connect these particles somehow, very tiny? But one thing is clear, there is a method to connect atoms together. Could it be translated to a higher macro-level state, where it's a human mind or the human soul? I think it's possible. And certainly there are stories that lead you to think that, like in this one, where you feel that anxiety, or like a mother knows that their son is injured or something like that. There's this connection that we do have, especially with people that we think about a lot. I think that thought is necessary. It reinforces the connection. Now that said, I think it's not just the connection. The connection isn't enough. You may receive the information, but your brain couldn't necessarily process it. So you have to be open to the idea to even be able to accept it. And then maybe you can process it. Even if it happens subconsciously, you'll feel it. Case notes are file 933, The Prison That Glitched My Life. This is kind of like a whole jumbled mess of universal chords, multiversal chords. You were talking to yourself in another universe, the lines were crossed with the phones, one universe where the phone lines weren't damaged. You were somehow talking through that phone line's connection to another person in a different universe. The whole thing just seems like a wild chaos event. And yeah, I would have been kind of creeped out too. One thing I'm wondering is, related to the storm itself, if you have a whole bunch of storms in all universes or many universes, would that link them together? If there is something that's able to permeate through the membrane that separates these universes, well, it probably would require a lot of energy. And what does a storm have? It has a ton of energy, and kinetic energy from the rainfall and the wind, and of course electrical energy from lightning. There's a ton of energy in a storm. So if you have a whole bunch of storms happening in a whole bunch of universes, well, maybe that's enough energy to weaken the membrane. And then you can get issues like this. I wonder if there's more accounts of universal peering or transference in storms, especially in like hurricanes or tornadoes. I'll have to look into that. It's a hypothesis, who knows? Case notes are file 934. John, the Multiversal Bandit. And here, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ocean's 15. Sadly, George Clooney decided not to reprise his role, so a new character has to be created, and thankfully, Brad Pitt has agreed to play the part of John. In all seriousness, the vibe I get from this is that John is kind of fed up working in that corporation, and there might be some corporate espionage going on. Given your line of questioning, I'm assuming it wasn't really normal for John to go into the archive room, so whatever he got there probably was related to something he wasn't supposed to have.
I don't think he physically stole anything, like any documents or receipts, rather taking pictures instead, trying to give a picture to competitors and how the corporation is doing financially. Even though there's camera footage, you don't have access to it, but the higher-ups would. If you didn't report it though, they may not actually know anything's wrong. If he's a very trusted person with a high access level, maybe it's not on the radar. I think eventually it will be. The question though is, you passed by his desk. So was he just completely lying about the whole thing and he did see you and he's just making up something to make you think that you're going crazy? Or were you seeing into another universe when you saw him stealing, or maybe stealing? When you passed him, he was actually at his desk, you just didn't see him because you were seeing into a different universe. That's a pretty cool thought. You were witnessing a crime, but not in this universe. That would be difficult to report. Case notes are file 935. The Furry Trio of Danger. Hey, so I wonder if anything weird happened after seeing these cats. So in the Matrix movies, of course, it's the classic glitch, where Neo sees the black cat walk up the stairs and then sees it again exactly the same way, same cat, same movement. However, he didn't see two cats at the same time, just a repeat of the, a deja vu event. Did they just randomly make that up, or were the Wachowski brothers onto something? Did they have an idea that, if there's some sort of change in the universe, in the simulation, does that mean that there's a sign somewhere that something was altered? Like now, if you try to change computer code in any way, you change one program and 100 other things go wrong because it's all interconnected. So it's hard to make isolated changes. I have no idea how the simulation works or is programmed in the real world, if indeed we do live in a simulation. I wonder, do you guys believe we live in a simulation? Are you as convinced as I am? And if so, what do you think the real world is like? Do you think we're all in a pod being harvested by computers for our intelligence? And actually, that was the premise of the Matrix movies, not as batteries, which makes no sense. It would take more energy to grow the food and to sustain us than that we provide. The original concept was to use our mental capacity to fuel an advanced computer, I guess, which makes some sense, versus batteries. But they thought that the audience wouldn't understand that. They would lose people, so they just went with batteries, which everyone understands. This was the late 90s. Not many people had the idea of what computers were, so I understand why they thought it would lose people. But what do you think the real world is like? I hope it's impossible to get fat and you can just eat all the time. So basically heaven. Case notes are file 936. 10 minutes to 3 hours back. So damn, the time loss itself is glitchy. But then tack on the fact that you remember walking out of your car. It was normal light out on a winter day. Obviously it's setting early, but at 4-ish, somewhere into 4, there's still some light. Plenty enough to notice there's still, a blue sky and everything. The sun is probably around setting at that point, close to. But then you look behind you after your husband tells you you've been gone for 3 hours and it's pitch black. Well, either your mind invented that memory, or you were abducted in your own driveway by aliens, presumably. It could be a time anomaly, space-time warping anomaly, but usually those happen while driving. You're moving through more space, so the odds greatly increase. If it was right in your driveway, unless the anomaly also moves. It would happen frequently, not just this one-off event. My guess would be aliens, which is kind of cool. I actually saw a Twitter video. I don't know if it's real. Of course, with the deep fakes these days, you can't really know for sure. But it looked pretty convincing. It seemed like Ring camera footage of someone's driveway, and the man walked out, went to the left of the camera, and was abducted, sort of like off-screen. There was a tiny sliver of him that you could still see, and he just zapped away. And I don't know what happened. There was no follow-up to this. I guess the concept makes sense somehow, to abduct people just as they're leaving their home. So you drove home normally, got out of your car, and in that exact moment, you were abducted, and then brought back. There's a seamless transition in that, where the aliens have something to do with it to suppress the memory. Then you just walk in and you don't realize, it's already dark. You were gone for 3 hours. It's wild. I hope your husband does believe you or something, because it's unfair for you to be accused or thought of as cheating just because of this crazy event. I think this all fits pretty well, especially if your home is more remote. Case notes are file 937. Poseidon, the Lord of the Ocean and of Rings. I think this might just be the most amazing DOP story I've ever narrated. And read in general. I don't narrate every single story I read, but indeed there is no rational explanation within the realm of the normal that I can think of.
Because if the ring was lost in the ocean, merely finding it, just the odds that someone randomly scuba dives in the location where your father lost it while snorkeling, which is kind of fun by the way. Wouldn't want to go scuba diving. I'm afraid of Delta P. I can't imagine how terrible that would have been. But then to find it again in your sink, there's no logical way I can square that besides saying it de-rendered and reappeared there, or to me this strikes me more as some will. I don't know if it was God, I don't know if it was an angel, I don't know if it was a spirit that just felt the pain and went out and literally scoured the ocean to find it. Maybe it was a loved one that passed away and wanted to do something nice for you. Maybe your grandma even. That's a interesting thought. Kinda nice, really. But yeah, your family sounds so pure, and I'm very happy for you little beavers. Case notes for file 938. Cupid, the Lord of Love, and of Lingerie. So yes, I would agree that you are maybe a bit too nosy and curious for your own good. Didn't you hear that curiosity killed the cat? All 9 lives. I advise some caution. Refrain yourself. Certainly from making it obvious. Be incognito if you're gonna do that. I would say there are some normal explanations for this. Maybe the girl broke up with her boyfriend on the spot for some reason. Maybe he was picking out lingerie that she really didn't like or something. And because of the friction, she just wanted to act like, he was gone and she didn't care. Sometimes people turtle up in a shell after an emotional hardship. Or maybe there was a male employee that was trying really hard to make a sale. I don't know. Some salesmen are very aggressive. If it was a glitch, then it could just be multiversal love peering, let's call it that. So you just saw in another universe where the girl was there with her boyfriend, and then came back from the bathroom and he wasn't there anymore because it's your original universe where she is sadly alone. Maybe Cupid will strike soon, hopefully, before Valentine's Day. A multiversal peep show. Oh my. What am I doing? Case notes for the bonus file. The Jittery Haunted House, all in white. So yeah, I've been there before. The adventurous, mischievous, slightly mischievous spirit of youth. For me, it was never exploring abandoned locations or mines or caves or stuff like that. Or haunted homes. It was just climbing trees I shouldn't have been. Spend all day climbing trees, left and right, and falling out of them, breaking... I didn't really break any bones. I got a lot of scratches, though. I don't know how I didn't break more bones. Maybe I'm Wolverine or something. And I may or may not still climb trees as a 32-year-old grown man. I just say that I'm doing pull-ups, so it doesn't seem too odd. It's the adult version of climbing trees. Regarding the story, it's very true that there are haunted homes all over the place. But haunted doesn't necessarily mean evil or bad. People conflate the term haunting with evil presence or malevolence. But no, it just means that it's a location where there's a spirit tied to it, or multiple spirits. They could be pleasant spirits or just neutral. The woman seems like she was lonely or longing for something. Maybe just wanted company. From my impression, of course you were a teenager, so you'd be terrified out of your mind. I still would be even as an adult. But I don't think that she had any ill will towards you. Make of that what you will. Still, yeah, overall I'd say most places that are haunted are positive. Because I think most people deep down are good people. And when you die, the leftover imprint, the soul that you leave behind, the piece of it, is a reflection of who you were. The real you, your actions. Who you choose to be. And I think most people end up choosing to be pretty good people. So, the fragments of their soul left behind would reflect that. Maybe I'm just an optimist. Doesn't mean there are no bad spirits, but the bulk of them probably are good. Case notes for file 939. The Lord of Storms and Glitches. So I was curious about this too, and apparently there is a phenomenon, a real meteorological phenomena, called popcorn thunderstorms, where bursts of cool air can rush into a humid environment, and this can create very quick, sudden thunderstorm clouds. Usually they're microbursts, they don't last very long, minutes, not hours. You say that yours lasted about an hour, so I guess it's on the high end of the extreme, but it could be that. It's just odd that no weather service would pick it up. I mean, they all have radar tracking, so they should be able to tell a storm, and there should have been some sort of notice about it in the past, I think. And we know it's not a crossover event, because damage to your car persisted, so whatever happened really happened in your universe. Maybe it was Zeus paying you a visit or saying, be on your best behavior. Also, I know exactly what you mean about those damn headlights. I don't know what's going on there. Well, I actually do. I looked it up. There's a car lumen intensity, the amount of photons emitted, basically, the energy. It's also shifted more to blue light, which can cause headaches. For me, it does. I have to wear sunglasses outside and during the day or I get migraines. But yeah, there's more lumens in headlights now on average, like 3,000 to 4,000 versus 1,000 to 2,000 20 years ago. And back then, it was more orange-white light instead of the blue light now, which is just piercing. There is some good news though. You can actually buy driving glasses. They have a yellowish tint, and they block out a lot of blue light and also diminish the glare from the headlights, so it's much easier to drive at night and without getting a headache or anything. And you still can see everything. They're not sunglasses, they're made specifically for driving at night. Look them up on Amazon, there's plenty of options, driving glasses, if car headlights bother you too. Case notes for creepy file number 75, the Summer Camp of Terror. Well, you're damn right, it's better safe than sorry. You don't want to take risks where they're not necessary, unless you're a daredevil like me. But yeah, especially as a woman, I would say, take precautions, at least have pepper spray, that's a good option. Although I think pepper spray or tasers don't work on people who are high on mind-altering substances, so maybe carry something a bit more intense, if it's possible in your area. I really do hope you're able to reclaim that sense of peace that everyone should have. At least they didn't break into your home. Like in the summer camp, it's still, you're supposed to feel safe there, but when someone invades someone's home, it's hard to reclaim what was lost there, because you can never feel safe again unless you go to extreme paranoid levels, like having steel-reinforced doors and bulletproof glass. I might do that myself, because I want to have a small little cabin, not much space, so it wouldn't be too expensive to do. But yeah, you wanna feel secure. There's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with the fact that you were initially paralyzed. That happens to a lot of people. Fight or flight or paralyzed. People don't mention the third one. A lot of people just freeze up. So don't feel bad about that. You eventually regained your senses and ran off. So well done. I hope things go well for you from now on. Case notes for the file 940, the instantaneous trip. I think it's all in that detail about the gas gauge being low. I think you mentioned this because it wasn't low before leaving, obviously being full for a long road trip. But to me, this indicates that there was actually driving going on, but the memory was blocked out. I think it rules out alien abduction or space-time portals, wormholes, because then the car wouldn't have driven enough to have a low gas tank. Something physically caused everyone in the car, you were asleep, but Liz and Victoria, I believe was the name, they both lost memory as well. It is possible, by the way, to drive on autopilot, based on pure instinct. People do this all the time where they reach their destination and they don't remember how they got there. But the fact it happened to everyone in the car, off trail in some gravel road that wasn't connected on the route anyways, something influenced that. Maybe a spirit? A mass possession? I can't say for sure. I can only rule out, sadly, alien abductions. Unless the aliens also drained fuel from the car, which I guess they could. They'd have to be pretty bright creatures to reach here at all. Case notes are file 941, an onslaught of keyed glitches. Over time as I read enough stories, and I don't narrate every single story I read, there are just so many, I notice patterns emerging over weeks. Some weeks it's a lot of cat stories, some weeks it's a lot of dog stories or time anomalies. This week there were more key-based glitches or doors involving locks. I don't know if it means anything, it's just an interesting observation. Humans are very good at noticing patterns, so it may just be my mind seeing faces in the clouds. But if it does mean something, maybe it's related to the people posting it. Because there are so many glitches happening, and of course, not all of them are posted. In fact, I would guess the majority are ignored by people they happen to. Because they're too small and they're just dismissed as aberrations of the mind. People don't know about Reddit and they don't know about my channel or other channels like it where they can send stories, so they just don't know where to share it. Maybe they tell a friend, but that's it. So it's pretty cool to just have this platform where people can share their events, their weird anomalies. And yeah, we can sit around and think about what the hell's going on. DOP is probably the most common glitch, I would say. And especially when items return out of place in different locations, it's just weird. Still, the most striking one for me was the ruby-encrusted diamond antique wedding ring coming back 2 years later from being lost in the ocean. That's just incredible. Keys appearing in beer drinks is very odd too, even though it wasn't that long between disappearing and reappearing. Case notes for file 942. A glitch on the cob. I don't think you have to fear the corn on the cob that's mysteriously in your fridge now. I don't think you'll become some transhuman monster if you consume it. That said, it is weird that it just showed up there, especially given that you never buy corn, which to me is weird in of itself, because corn is amazing. Usually I just buy canned corn as a snack, or maybe a side dish. It's tasty, it's low in calories, relatively speaking. In summertime, when it's cheap, just buy corn on the cob, grill it up, it's amazing. Or you can just boil it too. That works as well. Just add a little bit of salt and pepper, and a little bit of butter. I think people way over butter their corn on the cob, usually. You don't need much, just need enough to coat it and enable that flavor transfer process, that's all. Do you want some corn with your butter? Or a video of Gordon Ramsay making mashed potatoes where he adds more butter than mashed potato. Like, okay, calm down, buddy. Calm down, Frenchman. I guess no, Gordon Ramsay isn't French, right? He's just a Brit. So I guess the French are safe. C'est bon. As to the glitch, most likely, simple explanation. In one universe, the corn that you bought, in that universe you like corn, I guess, just disappeared from the fridge, reappeared in your universe. That transfer process seems to happen pretty frequently, especially lately. So people will just be receiving things that they did procure in their universe in another one, and it just moved over here for some reason. I wish I knew why. How does that happen? Is there some space-time wormhole anomaly that enables multiversal travel? Seems to be the case, because we don't just move universes purely from quantum immortality. That's just the soul. Physical matter itself does move between universes as well. Case notes for file 943. Ellie, the Master Enchantress. I don't think Ellie is cheating on you, and I think this is actually a very easy explanation. There are two I can think of. It's pretty easy for us, at least we've been submerged into the realm of the supernatural or glitchy for so long. It all comes natural to us now, explaining away these very strange things to normal people. The first possibility is that Ellie was in a different universe. You were simply seeing into that universe of the many in the multiverse, and in that universe, Ellie was just on the couch at home. Her mother was fine, or at least in that moment was fine. She probably had the lights on over there, but you weren't seeing that, those photons weren't transmitted over. Only Ellie. And you may even have noticed that Ellie was brighter than her surroundings would indicate if she was sitting in the dark. You do mention something about brightness, maybe just talking about her phone. The other possibility is that this was astral projection. And we had another account of this not too long ago, where there was a grandma that was over at the neighbor's house, and she had fallen over there, wasn't too hurt, but then the person that story was told from, the perspective, they came home, found their grandma in the bedroom, on the floor, laying down, seemingly in some type of pain, and then they just vanished, and Grandma came over eventually, and she was wearing the same thing. Almost certainly astral projection, a sort of defense mechanism of the soul, I would say. If something happens to you, especially in an older age, you'd want people to know, and what better way to do it is to project your soul out to someone who could maybe help. I think in this case it wasn't a defense mechanism for her body. I mean, your girlfriend was fine, physically, just emotionally drained. She seemed sad. I think that fits probably the best as astral projection, but both universal peering or astral projection fit pretty well here. I don't think cheating at all is involved. Case notes are file 944. The Orb of Purity. Yeah, so this is actually indeed just ball lightning, like your research told you. It's one of my favorite glitches because it's a mainstream mystery. There could be physical properties involved, like we wouldn't say that lightning is a glitch because it's so frequent and we understand it fairly well. It's just a static charge that builds up between the water particles and the clouds in the atmosphere. It's like if you go rub your feet on carpet and then touch a metal surface, the extra electrons in your body will flood over to that conductive element and you'll feel a static charge very briefly. Well, that's lightning outbursts. There's different types, there's actually quite a few types, and ball lightning is the rarest form. Now that said, there are many mysteries revolving around it. One of the main ones is people have seen ball lightning cross through glass panels like it doesn't even exist, which shouldn't be possible because glass isn't conductive at all. So it should be blocked by physical surfaces like that. If it was just an electrified charged ball in the atmosphere, it should be blocked by those surfaces. Also the fact that there is no scorch marks at all on the pavement, on the grass especially. You said that was emitting heat. So you would think that the grass would be affected. There would be some evidence that there was ball lightning around. So maybe there is a real phenomena of ball lightning, but maybe there's a mixture as well. Maybe there are spiritual energy, I guess,
the fragments of souls that aren't fully materialized or coalesced into this universe yet. And they're just roaming about. Maybe they even merge with ball lightning. They blend together into this stream of energy. And people report often that ball lightning has a stream behind it, almost like a comet. And if it was just a static energy buildup, you could rub your feet on carpet long enough and eventually just kamehameha blue orb of energy around. I don't think anyone's been able to do that. We'd know with the monk and the Shaolin temples. That's not a thing yet. Hopefully someday. I do think there is a spiritual property to this, and the main instinct that tells me that is just how people describe seeing this as usually a positive, like the warm feeling you said. So it's probably more than just a static ball of electricity. Case notes for file 945, a glitch of free energy. As far as we know, there's no way to create matter or energy in the universe. You can only interchange them either between their own forms, different forms of energy or matter, or between energy and mass itself. So if your oven was indeed just drawing from 120 volts, but still cooking perfectly normally at normal speeds, that means there's energy that was siphoned from somewhere else. Like you said, you looked up the oven model, and it's not some hyper-advanced, super-efficient 120 volt oven. There was energy drawn from somewhere. Back in the day, Nikola Tesla actually was inventing or trying to perfect a means to transmit energy, electricity, effectively electrical current, through the atmosphere. The problem with that is it's extremely inefficient because it follows the inverse square law, which you find as well for light. So basically that means for every unit of distance that's doubled, you don't get twice as much energy needed, you get 4 times as much. And it keeps on going and going and going as you expand to a larger and larger, basically a bubble around whatever the source is. So the closer you are, the more efficient, and the further away you go, by dramatic amounts, it decreases. However, in theory, it's still possible. So something was feeding the oven energy, likely through the atmosphere. I don't think it could be the cord because a 120 volt power cord is rated for 120 volts. If you increase the voltage with the same amount of amps, you get more energy and the cord itself would start to melt. You wouldn't be able to cook much then. But the whole thing is just crazy. Why was the oven wired for 120 volts? And as you say, it wasn't when you installed it and bought it. So what the hell happened there? Did somehow the oven wire DOP from another universe and then reconnect in your universe as 120 volt? I guess a wire is just fused into the oven. It's a very well simmered glitch. Case notes for file 946. The glitch that was hurled twice. Let's not discount entirely the possibility that Luna, your cat, simply was sick. It does happen randomly sometimes. Maybe the Purina batch of food that you bought, the can, maybe just that one can hadn't been sterilized properly. Still very odd that the cat repeated exactly the same motion. Same act, same amount of puke, same amount of barf. Definitely a gross kind of glitch, but hey, it's still a story worth telling, I think. I do think there is a possibility this is an actual glitch because of the way everything repeats. If she had just barfed again upstairs, in a slightly different amount, it's probably just a case of bad food in that sense. Not every can is going to be the same. I've had nasty experiences with canned beans. Most cans are perfectly fine, but every now and again you get one can that just tears you up. And it's not pleasant. But it really is kind of amazing because you have evidence that you cleaned up the first mess. So it's not just universal peering. It's almost like a Luna from a different universe ported over here completely in physical matter, not just soul, and puked and then reverted back to their real universe. Maybe that can happen. It's plenty of accounts now of people coming over, switching universes within this great multiverse, not just in soul, but in physical matter, their whole body. Pets too. Mass, any kind of mass. It's incredible. Case notes for the bonus file. The Nordic Pretzel Man. I mean, I fully believe in the terror that it was instilled in you. You don't just go around touching random pretzel-fied corpses dangling from trees. That's insane. Absolutely crazy. Maybe it was a spirit that had been killed in a very terrible, terrifying way in the past, and it was just an apparition of that. He wasn't really there. Or maybe indeed it is some twisted serial killer. You might not hear it in the news because police, if they're investigating that, they wouldn't want to release all the details. If no one else saw it, which is possible, given it's a cold forest path, I don't know how often people walk that. It's something I would do though. That sounds peaceful and heavenly. Besides the corpse or ghost in the tree.
I have to say too, the way you describe it is kind of neat, even though very morbid. I don't even like pretzels, but just using that word to describe someone, it's powerful. Let's go with that. Alright, another 3 stories, all completed. It's really cool. I just love doing this. I'm so lucky. I don't think I've said that enough, but I am blessed that everyone loves watching me and listening to the stories I narrate. It's so cool. And if you love it too, just like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. It's like a auto-tune song now at this point. I just have to keep reverberating those exact patterns, and eventually we'll get there. Case notes for file 947. Sammy, the mistress of electricity. Yeah, this is a real phenomenon. There was another story of a man that was able to control his TV simply by touching the remote that was tethered to it. He didn't actually touch any buttons on the remote. It was like a conduit. He wasn't able to directly change the channel or anything like that. Like, his mind didn't have direct control. It was indirect, accidental. Like you. Lights flickering just as you're thinking. I don't think you'll become Magneto, but it's very interesting. There are a select few very rare people who are able to control electronics or influence electronics with their own EM spectrum field, which we all do emit at some level. Still, we should be on the lookout for X-Men. Who knows what we'll evolve into? Case notes for file 948. The Genius Ghost. Alright, so it finally happened. Now, I can get out my Rubik's Cube and solve it on camera, because a glitch mentioned it. Let's do it. Alright. I am a bit rusty. Et voilà. All solved. Okay, that was fun. To be fair though, I did cheat myself when I learned how to do this. I looked up guides online how to do it. I didn't try to solve it just on my own. That would have taken forever. Respect to them trying to do it on their own entirely. Now, in all seriousness, I do think it's most likely some multiversal transfer going on here. You probably did solve it, really just you. Maybe you used the guide, maybe not, in a different universe, and it just ported over here. In that one, you're stuck with a unsolved version, although if you're able to solve it, I guess that's not a big deal. Unless you just got really lucky, in which case, that sucks. Or maybe indeed you do have some kind of ghost that's just hanging around that was taking pity on the fact that you were trying for hundreds or thousands of hours to solve this and you couldn't. It's like, okay, I'm gonna handle this. Relax. I gotcha. Case notes for file 949, The Day That Repeats. Now, there are medical, mental, psychological conditions that can cause you to disconnect from reality in a certain sense, to confuse cause and effect. Your sense of time might be persistent, yet your mind will switch events out or recopy them over. That is a possibility we have to keep on the table. Now, do I think that's an entire explanation for a full day repeating in every possible facet of it? An exact one-for-one replica, as you say? Probably not. There have been cases of people who are sort of dream a future into existence, or the information of that buffered reality, the future, is downloaded into them. Maybe you misremember which day it was, and you were simply dreaming or having a future foresight event where you live that day, sort of like Nicolas Cage in Next. I love that movie so much. Where he just sees what's going to happen, and spoilers, if you haven't seen it by this point, come on. At the end, it's shown to be multiple days seen ahead of time. I wonder if you could have influenced it. You probably could have. If you changed what you said or did, it would have affected
how the day would have proceeded. You just stuck to your emotions. You probably only realized something was wrong after the day was over, would be my guess, just because of how samey it is for every day. And props to you for going to a therapist. I mean, that's one way to take your life back. Very small steps initially. But if you're there to pursue serious help, you'll get what you put into it. I hope it helps you. And with that, the video is done. Like it, subscribe. I mean, I solved a Rubik's Cube. You gotta give a like for that, right? Case notes for file 950. Her entire life was downloaded into my brain. Yeah, this is just phenomenal. There's a few stories in the past where people have mentioned the grid, sometimes in my own thoughts, where I'm trying to visualize the full nature of space-time itself. It's always in this four-dimensional, because it includes time, grid shape, where things are flowing depending on where mass is located or energy, the curvature of space-time as it goes. Now, the idea that intersecting these can enable someone to have the information of that person downloaded into their mind. It wasn't like their soul. I don't think you sapped their soul or anything like that. I think all of our lives, the past history of our lives, is stored on the universe's servers, the multiversal servers, and this is how transfers are easy with quantum immortality, at least in part of our soul. I think the soul is the tether to the real world, what enables us to animate a body. But then you have all the information that can be easily transferred between them. I don't think the soul itself has that information. Could be wrong, but I think the information is freely available. Well, freely, assuming you can manifest this grid somehow. I wonder if it depends on a certain brainwave or a state of mind, like in Stargate Atlantis, where to ascend to a higher plane of existence, ascension requires a certain amount of intellect. Now, the whole 10% of the brain and all, the percentage of the brain we're using is nonsense. We use all of our brains, just not all at once. However, to achieve a certain mental state or brainwave state, there's some validity to that. I think if you achieve a Zen-like, almost, not comatose, but extremely calm, I think you can achieve visions of things that otherwise you wouldn't be able to perceive. It's always there, we just can't see it. Well, besides in your case, there was that connection point where in the grid it intersected. And I think maybe it's almost like the grids are laid out where if you move from one to another, you're changing server hosts. Like in video games where they're partitioned, so different servers are in charge of different nodes. And then you can funnel more processing power to any given node if it needs it, if there's a lot of people there or a lot of things going on. It makes sense that the multiverse would be set up similarly to that, because it can be scaled and easily adapted based on circumstance. The amount of computational power you'd require at all times would be immense, and it wouldn't really serve any purpose. Unless there's people there, you wouldn't need to process all that information. So yeah, this is absolutely fascinating. Isabella sounds like a nice girl. How would you react if you got someone's entire life downloaded into your brain? That information may not be entirely clear, but maybe some bits are more pronounced than others. Maybe it'll unfold slowly over time in your mind. Whew, that's so cool. Case file number 951, the Feline Angels. Yeah, Janine sounds like a lucky girl to have cats that are just attuned to people's illnesses or injuries. There are pets, I think it was dogs, but maybe cats can do it too. I think it's related to scent, where they can detect, even before doctors and all the scans we can perform, if someone is ill, based on certain pheromones or compounds that a sick person will emit. I think it's related to certain types of cancer, but maybe other diseases as well. Wonder what town it's in though. That'd be cool to visit. You go to this town and just random angel cats are descending from the sky just to provide aid. That sounds like a cool place to be. I don't know if indeed there is any healing properties from them. It may just be a placebo effect. People are more comforted and maybe they intuitively think that the cats will provide some sort of healing power, and then that enables the body to heal itself. Placebo effect is really powerful. It's quite amazing. I think that in of itself is a separate glitch, but that's just harder to document, I guess. Case notes for file 952. The universe is a master carpenter. So I never managed to beat Millennia, the Blade of Mikila, either. For anyone who doesn't know, it's a boss in a very difficult game called Elden Ring. It's a FromSoft game. They make other types like Dark Souls and Sekiro. They're very challenging, and it's, often about timing and understanding patterns in the boss's movements and abilities. But millennia, man. She has like this whirling blade dance that is so hard to avoid. Anyways, this glitch is very interesting, but it's hard to wrap your mind around what would actually solve it. I mean, it can't be quantum immortality, because you remember the door being damaged, your dad does, everyone does, unless the universe itself fixed it. We have disappearing object phenomena. We have duplications, where there's objects moving between in the multiverse. I think that's what causes duplication. I'm not certain, but it makes sense. If some object goes missing in one universe, over there just call it a DOP, and then it appears in a different universe, and for the people there, the copies of us, they perceive that as a duplicating object. Could an entire door just disappear in a different universe? Or maybe they switched? Maybe in a different universe, the door went over there, and you got the brand new one. That's just perfectly fine. The other possibility is just mundane. Maybe your dad just wanted an excuse to give you $5. Maybe he was proud of you. It's a very wholesome, mundane explanation. We can go with that one if you want. I'm glad you got the $5. Case notes for file 953. The Red Barn. So you mentioned that the barn was old, dilapidated, I believe your word was. In that case, it's not inconceivable that whoever owns the barn would have demolished it, eventually at some point. Although in the middle of winter, maybe not. Wonder if there's Amish that live up in Chicago. Honestly, I don't know. Or some kind of, off-grid kind of community. The Amish are insanely fast and efficient in building and, I guess, destroying as well, demolishing a building. And I don't know, barns, are they that heavy? Do they need a giant cement foundation? Or maybe there were just posts, and if it was grazing land, or the middle of winter anyways, the grass would all be dead. Maybe they did just demolish it, like they had a whole team of 50 people come in without machines. They just did it all by hand and just moved it out, maybe in a single night, or maybe over the weekend. I don't know if this happened over the weekend. If that's the case, I could see that being an explanation. Highly efficient off-gridders. But if not that, I would probably have to chalk it up to quantum immortality. You and your girlfriend may have died together, and you're in a new universe, and, the barn's gone in this one. Case notes for the creepy file number 76. The Lily Stalker. Yeah, so this is disturbing as hell, especially since most serial killers tend to have a calling card. They want to be known. A lot of it is for attention. There's other factors, of course, but they like playing with their food, I guess is the best way to say it. So someone trying to scare you like that, yeah, that's not good. And I don't want to scare you. In fact, this is entirely the opposite. I want you to be safe. But I've heard of serial killers who had help on the inside from people who worked in cell phone companies. They would provide their location via the cell phone. So if you have a cell phone that's in your name, I would be very careful. I would try to change it entirely. If you could, maybe get a friend who doesn't mind getting a new cell phone in her name. Well, be careful too with that. It needs to be a friend that you don't have any ties via social media, so no one would know that it's your friend. Get her to get a cell phone for you and have it under her name, and you just pay her via PayPal or something. That would be a way to do it, where you have a cell phone that no one should be able to track because it would be in your friend's name. The other option is just to use burner phones, whatever's not connected to your name. So that way, I don't know if this is the case. It's probably extremely unlikely. But I think the adage of better safe than sorry is worth practicing, especially in these cases, You don't want to deal with a serial killer or just some creepy stalker. And just be as safe as you can be. Case notes are file 954. Gus knows the future. Perhaps it's related to left brain thinking. People who are left-handed. To have the ability of foresight generally requires an open mind. The ability to access the buffered reality that's coming, that has already happened, we just haven't experienced it in real time yet. Or we did, we just don't remember. One way or another, it does seem like the information of the future is already written, because we already made those choices. So, if you have an open mind, you can simply take that information, and then voila. Now you know what's gonna happen. Kinda trippy. Do I think this was foresight? Probably. It would be quite a guess to make. It depends on if Gus made 1,000 predictions and only the ones you mentioned came true. In that case, maybe not. You probably would have mentioned that if that was the case, so I don't know. Going by what I know from the story, yeah, I'd say foresight, classic, impressive indeed. I'm not sure about being a wizard. We probably can discount that. Unless he starts to cast actual spells and gets an owl. Then be careful. And one thing I wish, wizardry, it's okay, but I wish robes would come back into style, or at least capes. That'd be neat. Case notes are file 955. A link to the universe.
Yeah, so I never owned a Switch, but I know you can play Breath of the Wild on different consoles. Maybe on PC. I don't think it's on PC yet. I'm a PC Master Race kind of guy. I never played it myself, Breath of the Wild, but I did see a Let's Play on YouTube, and it seems nice. It's very open, expansive. The scenery is gorgeous. The temples, kind of dungeons things, they're fun. Unique puzzle solving. Although I'm not a fan of the weapon degradation. That's the only thing. Maybe playing it feels better. As far as the glitch goes, it's probably classic DOP, and then just reappeared. Curious how they don't always reappear in the same location, but in the general vicinity. The other option is that you did drop it, you heard the thud, and it did bounce over into the pile of clothes the mound of clothes, and you moved some of that to the closet where it remained with the Switch. It's unlikely. I mean, if the Switch was in there, it's still weighty enough and rigid. You'd feel it if you were moving the pile of clothes, I would imagine. Maybe it's as simple as that. It fell on the carpet, bounced off to the pile of clothes that you didn't notice because you were sleepy, then move those clothes to the closet where you didn't use it. I could see that. But honestly, it's funny because DOP is just as likely in my mind. It's so frequent and common. It does sound like you have a rather messy room, so maybe clean it up would be a solid idea. I can't judge too harshly though. I know I was a messy kid when I was young. Whenever my mom would tell me to clean it up, well, it all went under the bed. Don't tell her. Case notes for file 956. My wife is a genius. To borrow from your name, to be fair, I would have continued driving as well. I mean, it's not just, believing your wife or not. It's you're driving a car. You don't want to suddenly stop, especially if there's no clear sign of a reason to. The intuition that a rock would break off from the cliffside. Hard to justify, especially if there were cars behind you. Maybe not, because you don't mention a car being hit by the rock, which is rather good. Sounds like it could have been much worse. Honestly though, if your wife doesn't mind driving, maybe consider letting her drive in the future. This premonition power that some people have? Not foresight, premonition. You're not seeing into the future. Like she said, it was just an emotion. She knew something was going to happen, but she didn't have a vision of it. She just felt it. Maybe it's not even supernatural. It could just be that her subconscious was so highly attuned to maybe the differences between the cracks that were there in the previous trips that you took, and then the ones that were there now. If she had really good vision, maybe that's the case. Her mind just picked it up and knew, yep, this is going to break off. Pretty wild that it happened right then. If it wasn't some beyond the realm of normal information that was injected into her mind, it's just raw intuition and computational power. That in of itself is rather interesting and impressive to me, if the case. And this ends the month out of January. What a huge month it's been. I love it. And on to February. It's going to be good. Da-da-da. Like the video, subscribe, hit the bell. You know what to do.